Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Chess World Cup featuring Hikaru Nakamura. Today, he's having the white pieces against Benjamin Gledura of Hungary. These two players made a draw yesterday, a game where Hikaru had black but was still the player closest to a potential win. Now, with the white pieces, he will want to take down this match right here, right now, today, in order to avoid the grueling tie breaks that will happen in case of a tie tomorrow. I'm Jon Ludwighammer. Together with me is James Canty. James, as we see Hikaru sitting down at the board, what are your expectations for this one?
Yeah, he wants to close out the match now, of course. So he wants to get it done and get it done swiftly, of course. So white pieces, take my advantage, having obviously the white pieces, but we're going to close it today. That's what we want. So that's what we're gonna do. Hopefully, we have that happen right now today, guys. So what do you think's gonna happen? Chat, Hammer, we're here. What do you think's gonna happen? What's today's first move?
So I think Hikaru being quite a significant rating favorite, Gledura a good player, but he's only ranked 107th in the world. I think Hikaru will want to avoid deeply prepared lines, not because he's bad at it, but because his opponent probably feels more uncomfortable when he cannot follow his normal prepared computer analyzed openings. So I'm expecting something similar to what Hikaru played in the tiebreak of his first match against Karthik, which was something like knight out, pawn out, pawn out. Very kind of cautious start to the game, simply to be come in with a bit of a surprise and avoid the most theoretical pre-prepared openings.
Yeah, that's he's nice with that knight of three, e3, b3 system. That system is very strong and it's solid and it actually just gives, white lots of options. Obviously, here he's played it a lot, especially online. He scores 60% plus, is what it says with the white pieces. So with the knight of three, e3, b3, but we got games about to start as you see the clock behind them ticking down. It's gonna happen, and we're gonna get e4, d4, knight f3. We are trying to close it out today, though, boys and girls. So hopefully, we can get something exciting today. Curious to see what's gonna happen.
So today's opponent, like we said, Benjamin, starting the clock here for Hikaru. He is ranked 107th in the world. He is a grandmaster from Hungary, and he is well known for having defeated Vishwanathan Anand in a very sweet pawn end game back in the day when he was a kid. At this stage, he's in his mid 20s and more like a veteran grandmaster compared to some of the prodigies we've gotten used to seeing in the top level chess. To me, a surprise here, James.
Really,
Pawn e4. That's like the move that immediately initiates the fight. Pawn to e5 from Gledura. Hikaru immediately getting his knight in, attacking that black central pawn. Black trying to defend, but then the bishop comes in for the pressure against the defending knight. A Rui Lopez Spanish opening on the
Spanish.
board.
Roy, how much Roy are you playing? You got the d4 stuff. You probably play a little bit of everything, huh?
I try to, yeah.
Yeah, these days,
You
right?
know, I see what the top guys are doing. Your Magnuses, your Hikarus.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, Hikaru played knight f3 first, and then he
Hmm.
only went one step. Well, the day before yesterday,
Yeah.
and now he's moving the e pawn two steps, and probably later this week he'll move
The
the queen's pawn
D-pawn. Yeah.
first.
A little bit of
You
everything.
you can never really predict what these top players are gonna do.
Yeah, it's good to be versatile and have lots of openings in your arsenal. So far, so good. We have a Roy, so rich of complex. He had that Roy with Kartik who drew in that game. He had a slight advantage somewhere in there though. But we'll see what we have in TM.
Sorry, I just gotta interrupt. Are you making, is that the correct pronunciation, or are you just making fun calling the opening Roy?
Roy, you know what's funny? I've always called it Roy because I guess it's an American thing. It's like, oh, Roy Lopez, Roy, but no, it's like Rui Lopez or something like that.
But
Something
at the
different.
same time, I feel like Americans are gonna know Spanish way better than most
That's
Europeans.
funny. And you know it's funny, they also the perk thing, like the PIRC. For the longest time, I never knew it was Pierce. So people are
Yeah,
like, even like 800, they're like, oh, it's pronounced Pierce, not perk. You should know that. Like, bro, hey, it's we don't know that.
I
Nobody told
learned
you
that
that.
like literally a year ago, a year
Right.
and a half
Pierce.
maybe.
I was like, bro, it's a C on the end. What does that even mean? Like, but okay, it's different. Roy
No, but
Lopez,
I think
Roy.
we kind of cheat because it's supposed to
Yeah.
be a C with an accent,
Oh
and then we cut
wow.
the accent because we don't
That
really
makes
do.
sense.
Yeah. Anyway, people. So what has
What do we
happened
have?
is that Hikaru didn't want to make early trades
Yep.
because this is not a free pawn. Even though you take out the defender of the central pawn, capturing the pawn would not win you any material because there will be a double attack afterwards. That's why Hikaru chose to retreat his bishop. Then he went for the early castling. And here, he plays quite an uncommon move. He moves his pawn one step forward, where it's more common to move the rook. Both moves have the same idea to offer protection to the central pawn. And pawn to b5 kicks the bishop. Bishop only has one safe square, moves back. And here we see the first minor think of the day. Gledura taking a minute before playing the pawn to a d6. And this is a sneaky move because if
Mm.
you're not careful right now, black will get the advantage. Oftentimes in the Rue Lopez, white goes h3 to take control of the g4 square, making sure that this bishop cannot come in and threaten down towards the white queen. But now knight a5 traps the white bishop. And this is considered very, very nice for black. And the reason you had to do this d6 move first is because if you try and trap the bishop immediately, you lose your protection in the center, allowing white to win a pawn. So anytime black goes pawn to d6, creates this pawn chain, you gotta be aware with the white pieces. You gotta either make a retreat for your bishop down to the left, make a retreat for a bishop down to the right, or what Hikaru is doing here, which is very interesting. He goes bishop d2. It looks
Oh,
like a ridiculous move. Almost always in this opening, white wants to use that d2 square to the for the knight. But if you go knight d2 here, your bishop gets trapped. And Hikaru instead chooses to go with the bishop so that you take control of the a5 square, making sure that this knight cannot come in to capture the bishop.
that's actually really cool to see. I'm always used to seeing A4 or C3, sometimes even C4, which is a strange one, but I've seen it, but I've never have I seen actually bishop D2, which is very rare, I think. Pretty cool. And now I still have to deal with that bishop. So maybe A4, maybe he still goes C3, but then why would we put the bishop on D2 and block it? I mean, maybe we go bishop E1 or something strange, but bishop D2 is a nice idea. Definitely want to see what he has planned with this one. So it's A4. I mean, how do we develop the rest of the pieces now? Knight C3 or like
I think it's a very, very strange way of playing. I gotta be honest with you. But we see here Gledura pretty quickly castles, and Hikaru goes for this h3 move. So basically, Hikaru wanted to play h3 early on, like we talked about. Classic move,
Mhm.
taking control of the g4 square, making sure that this square cannot be utilized by the black bishop pointing down on the white queen. But he needed to deal with this threat of the knight coming in to capture the bishop first.
That
And
is something.
I'm yeah, no, I genuinely I've seen this idea before. I feel like Fabiano has played it quite a few times, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I got to see the idea. I just, we'll see maybe later on with the plans and ideas where he puts the pieces. But this one's definitely different. Maybe there's like an A4 knight A3, something
But
that's
if he
new.
wanted to go A4, he could have done that earlier.
That makes a
What
little
is the
bit
benefit
of waiting.
of spending this he could have gone here. That would have solved, like you said, it would have solved the bishop being able to retreat situation as well.
That is new. That is different. That is different there. Definitely got to ask him in the post there of like, what is this idea? Just explain the idea for us here so we all
Well,
know
this is why
what
he's
this
a
is.
top level player, right? This is the kind of idea that only the top level people understand.
Right. You're like, what? Bishop D2? Yeah, but on move 42, there's this line where the bishop finally comes out. Oh, okay. All right, cool, bro. Nice.
I'm not sure he's gonna tell us. I feel like
That's
that's
the
the kind of
secret.
like that's how you get to be a top player. You
That is the
understand
secret.
things like this, and
Right.
then you're like, no, I'm not sharing my secrets.
It's like, no, I can't tell you guys, but I got it
He,
prepped.
he
Okay,
was a
thanks.
bit
Everybody thanks.
secretive yesterday. I think in general,
Mm,
Hikaru's really, really honest in his interviews. But yesterday, he was like, "Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell you what I had prepared and was planning." He did
right.
say that he was kind of improvising during the game, but
Yeah.
I mean, he got a really good position, so it feels like, oh, maybe you were improvising, or maybe you were just like you probably had studied that quite a bit as well, even
Right.
though you said this night out to the
Improvise.
edge was
Exactly. Yeah, I
yeah.
chose Knight H5, which wasn't in the prep, but it was in the prep.
I think he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I think he
It was
definitely.
also the computer's top choice. So it's
Mm.
like very suspicious when he says, "Oh yeah, this is not a very common move." Oh, but it just happens to
Happens
be
to
the
work.
computer's top choice. Yeah, sure, Hikaru. Yeah,
Right.
this was completely new to you. I'm sure you just
Exactly.
made it up
Remember,
at
he's
the
a streamer
board.
first. He's a streamer first, right? I don't play chess anymore. I'm a streamer first, but I'm at the World Cup, making it to the next round. So, you know,
Maybe the idea is just that black now has. Maybe it's tricky for black to make a move because pretty much at this point, when black is already castled, so black has done like the obvious developing, gotten pawns in the center, got the pieces out, and the king castled. And that's kind of when you need to start creating your plan. And maybe the point of Hikaru's weird bishop move is that now black will have to reveal their plan, which will give white the opportunity to kind of adapt to the plan black chooses.
that's actually very smart. I think that's exactly right. Because here, yeah, you have the standard Roy that you would see in a Morphe that you would do with the black pieces here. I mean, you got the ideas of knight a5 and c5, but you can't go knight a5 anymore. You just can't do it. Maybe we go Briar, like knight b8 to d7, but I mean, that's just knight b8, d7 stuff. Possible, because you can't go knight a5 anymore.
That
And where do
feels
you put
like
the
a good
bishop?
idea to me.
Yeah,
Like
maybe the
that's a
Briar
good
style.
call.
But maybe, I mean, what else do we do here? You got to develop something, buddy. He could go a5. That's interesting. That's usually not
Well,
something we see.
the thing is a5 allows a4 when normally when white plays a4 this pawn is not under attack, but here it is under attack. And then I feel like, yeah, Hikaru did accomplish something. He provoked the opponent forward, which meant that black lost some of the options he would normally have.
Yeah, that makes sense here. In fact, a4, b4, a5, a4, b4. Go. Well, this knight though on b1 is so gross. Like it's just like
Yeah.
so annoying. Like I can't do anything. I have to move the bishop to now move the knight. It's gonna be a long game there. It's gonna be a very long game, I think.
Yeah. But for this very reasoning, the kind of being flexible and trying to see what your opponent is planning before you make kind of reveal your plans, I feel like there are some moves like rook b8 and pawn to h6.
Yeah. Rook B8 and
These are like very non-committal moves
there we go.
that basically just says to Hikaru, okay, you're playing useful moves without committing to a plan. I can play that game too.
Yeah, I can play the same. Yeah, King H8. King H8. But H6, Rook B8, these are nice moves, waiting moves, of course. King H8 actually is a move, but
Yeah, no, for sure it
different.
is.
It's different.
King
Knight
h8
G8.
definitely a move because then you're gonna hope to move the knight, and then if you
Push
try and get
F5.
the manage to get the pawn involved, you try and open up for the rook and you have some pressure in towards the center. This is like a very standard way of playing in the Italian opening, which
Right.
is like the Spanish opening's cousin.
Right. With the bishop on C5, usually instead of on E7. In these cases, we also go Rook E8, maybe with the G6, Bishop F8, Bishop G7 idea. Very slow play as usual. The bishop on D2 makes everything so weird and strange. Definitely strange here, and it's got him thinking though. I mean, we have 11 minutes. We just started the game. We just got here. 11 minutes up on the clock. That's some time pressure. Yes, it's a little bit, but it's enough, and it makes him think, which is good.
So I think we can declare the opening a success then
Yeah, yeah. In fact, you're
through
right.
the time management alone.
Right. Bishop D2. He's walking around. Look at Ben in hands, head in hands. That's when you're really focused there and you have to try to figure some things out already. Like it. Like it, chat. We have time, chat. We have time. Benjamin already thinking. Strange move on the board. Bishop D2. Good so far.
So one move that black often does in similar situations with this white bishop pointing down towards the black king, sometimes you go bishop trying to make the trade.
Right.
Um, and then it becomes a very tricky assessment
Take, take.
whether or not you want to make this trade. Black then gets doubled pawns, but it's doubled pawns in the center, so this pawn is very much contributing to the fight for important central squares. And the last couple of years, in particular within the Italian opening, there's been a long term kind of discussion among the top players through their games on whether this pawn structure is to black's benefit or not. Because black definitely does get some advantages, that extra central control, potentially opening up for the rook along the f file, but it is also a long term weakness. Two pawns on the same file, that means they cannot protect each other, and it also means that they're kind of blocking each other.
Yeah, in fact, speaking about this game, even the game yesterday with Prague playing Navarra, and he found that knight takes e5 move and rook f2, and I think he converted the game. I didn't finish watching it, but he found it, and I was like, yeah, he's probably just going to convert that game. But that actually was very, you see this, and as soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, this reminds me of the Prague thing that happened yesterday. So you can learn from these games immediately, have some examples to use from there. So pretty good stuff. But I mean, yeah, bishop takes e6 is going to be quite annoying for black, but also then it highlights the fact that why is the bishop on d2 again? We're trading here, and what do we do after that? Maybe I guess it's developed, to say the least. It's off the back rank.
So Gledura instead going for bishop to b7.
Oh, we got to move.
Yeah. Bishop to b7. This is similar to what you were saying when you said maybe we play it like a brayer, which is an idea I quite like, partly because I play the brayer variation myself
Hmm.
with the black pieces, but it also just makes sense. This knight on c6 for black is actually standing in the way. It's standing in the way of the bishop's influence now, trying to point down towards the center, and it's also standing in the way of the pawn wanting to move forward and influence the center. So when Hikaru now just Gledura makes a move. Hikaru spends some time noticing that his opponent has played, but when he does, he returns to the board, sits down, moves,
Instantly
writes down the move, and
gets up and walks
boom.
away.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the most annoying player is the good player. Sometimes kids are like that, like the strong kids too, and they just instantly know what I'm just gonna play this. I'm just play, and then they just move. And they get up, and you walk around, and then they leave you to figure it out. You need to figure it out. And this time advantage is already getting big right now. This is pretty big. It's pretty good so far. We play rookie one immediately, getting out of the way. I'm trying to figure out what's the next few moves actually for white though. Cannot wait to see what he does because we still need to develop. Like the knight on B1 is going where? I mean, where you can't go. You can go C3, but knight A5, obviously. So it's gonna have to be an A3, A4, or
I feel
C3.
like I C4 is the
Or
only
okay,
thing that makes sense with this
wow, ooh, that's
because
cool. That's
so the
cool.
thing is, white wants to increase the influence over the center. Um, but you can't really play c3.
Right.
So say knight b8. I'm assuming knight b8 will happen. That this is the classic Breyer maneuver, like we talked about. The knight was standing in the path of the bishop and in the path of the pawn. So by maneuvering the knight to a different position, it will both open up for the bishop and allow the pawn to fight for the center. And if white wants to try and build their pawns up, it doesn't make sense here because then the pawn is blocking the knight and the bishop is blocking the knight in the other direction. So the only thing that makes sense is using this c3 square for the knight. But if you do that immediately, I feel like there's chances that your bishop is going to get trapped again. And also there's the general problem of your knight now standing in the path of the pawn so that the pawn cannot influence the middle of the board. So I feel like for those reasons, maybe pawn to c4
That's
and
a very
then
nice
knight to
observation.
c3.
Love it, absolutely love it. Because now the bishop can get back. We get knight C3 in. This is different. No, it's not a Roy I'm actually used to seeing ever, especially with this bishop on D2. But I do like the C4 idea a lot, in fact, and put some pressure on the B5 pawn. Play rook C1, bishop C2, bishop B1, maybe tuck the bishop. Try to play for D4 maybe once way later, way later. But it's something and it's different. We got a time edge and it's growing by a lot. Like Hikaru, can you breathe, bro? Can you think for a little bit? At least here we got an hour and 33 on the clock here. I mean, that's crazy. Didn't we start with an hour and 30? Like, wow. Very nice.
So they're getting an additional 30 seconds per move that's being made, allowing Hikaru to gain time on the clock with every move he makes. And I feel like that the key word you were saying is different, right? I'm
Right.
not sure this is good for white, but it's very different to what's normal. And different is what is creating the time advantage for Hikaru right now, because had Hikaru played more standardly, then Gledura would have pre-prepared his play, and he would have experience from very similar games and positions in the past. Whereas this way of organizing the pieces, being so different, means that Gledura is spending extra time trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, you have to think on your own too as well. And it's also kind of annoying because like your opponent, Hikaru, is moving very quickly. You know that he's prepped this. He's looked at this probably with the engine, some other lines, and even some seconds, and like all these people you're facing. You're not just facing Hikaru here. So you're facing Hikaru and preparation and engine work and maybe a second or two. And it's very difficult, a lot of pressure there. So it is hard to figure this out sometimes. OTB when you're downtime and you haven't seen this before, this idea. So now you're just kind of playing off the head, off of your good judgment, as strong as he is. But it's difficult as the time edge is growing. As it's growing here, we're up 15 minutes already.
And I feel like when he played his bishop to b7, he made a significant decision.
Right.
Because that tells you a lot about what plans he has at his disposal. He completely gave up the bishop pointing down on bishop plan.
Hmm.
And what I'm trying to get at is I'm surprised he's thinking now.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought when you move your bishop here, probably it means you want to move your knight back next
correct.
and get that knight rerouted so that it's no longer blocking the bishop's path.
Yeah, improving. You want to improve the position, and knight b8 would improve the position of both the bishop and the knight. The knight on c6, we don't want to go to d4. We couldn't go to a5. So we want to improve it. Knight b8 makes the total sense. Also opens up the bishop. We go knight d7. Standard stuff. And then you start to think when you kind of need to. There, thinking now is pretty tough. You don't have really many moves. h6, queen d7, rook e8, knight b8. He's trying to figure out which one we want to do and fast. But again, we got to get our pieces out. So it's not, he's not, he just needs to figure out the plan. He's not worse, but he's definitely rattled, I think, here from the preparation. Like in 13 minutes from now, he'll be under an hour. That's crazy. We just got here. It feels like, like, bro, how are you already under an hour in like 13 minutes, here from what's happening in this position? Good stuff from Hikaru. I see some facial expressions there, quick, like, what do I do? Sip the water. Think about this. He's really in the tank. The man is really going through it right here, Benjamin.
We have Johnny in chat asking if that's Nepo we're seeing in the
In the
blue
blue.
shirt behind Hikaru's board. And that is right. That is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He made a draw yesterday with the black pieces against Ralph Mamedov. Mamedov, a local Azeri player. This tournament is being played in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan.
Weeks. Yeah, they sit at the same board too, which is nice. So sitting across from them, and I think behind Benjamin is Magnus. I think from there, it's pretty cool to see.
Speaking of Magnus, now in the white shirt,
There he
headless
is.
on our camera, but at least we saw the. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. The better half of him.
Right. The top
He
half.
has a very punchable face.
Right.
Very funny comments, but sometimes you just want to punch him.
Yeah, yes. I haven't had that. In fact, but I know you have being there, being his countryman, and many stories there. So Hammer, don't punch him, okay? Let's just not punch him today, Hammer.
Magnus won yesterday. He's playing actually his countryman, my countryman, our countryman, Aryan Tari. And he won with a nice piece of preparation with the white pieces yesterday.
Right.
And Magnus now only needs a draw with the black pieces to make it through to the next round. Look at this. Not doing anything about the knight whatsoever. Or no, actually,
Yeah.
I'm mistaken.
Uh-huh.
This knight is going on a journey,
Oh, yeah.
but he's trying to find an even better square than the d7 square, and he puts his queen there instead. The reason is, and I should have known this because I feel like there's a famous Magnus game
Oh, really?
back in the day
Okay.
where he beat Laurent Fressinet.
Oh,
And well, in that game, Magnus had the white pieces, but Fress did this very classic plan where you move your queen out and then you go with the knight back where the queen was. That's kind of the point of the queen move.
right.
Moving the knight back so that it may move forward afterwards. And that's actually quite harmonious for black because the knight then sits pretty in the center, but it also has all the advantages we talked about with that knight being misplaced because now you can move your pawn and influence the center, and you also open up for the bishop so that the bishop's diagonal is uninterrupted.
Yeah, it's very nice. I actually immediately after Queen D7, I was like, oh, Knight D8. That's a cool idea. something that is different. He had, and then of course he spent time thinking about it. Obviously, knight d8, knight to e6, and then you play c5, which is really nice. Knight d4, pretty good. You have some great ideas there. Great
And the
ideas.
question then becomes, is this the move that knocks Hikaru out of his preparation? And the fact that Hikaru actually has sat down at the board and not yet moved, it's
Moves.
been over 30 seconds.
He is out of prep.
Um,
He is out of prep.
maybe he's out of prep.
He is out of prep officially. So look at the camera. Okay, he understands the idea. He know what's happening. Yeah, nothing yet. Okay, he didn't move. Yeah, trying to see. We gonna get anything? Nothing. Okay, so he's in the think tank. So now, obvious moves are A4, C4, as we pointed out before.
Ooh, wow! I'm looking at the kick chat, and we have a really interesting comment here from Devil Mental. One of the games that follows this line is Hushinbet versus Vityugov. Is that a sign that Hikaru got him as a second for the event? Um, I don't think that's necessarily a sign that Hushinbet stuck around after getting knocked out to help Hikaru, but it definitely is a sign that Hikaru knows this quite well. Because very often, when you have an opening helper and they have some expertise, you try and borrow
Right.
their expertise yourself. So if Hushinbet has played this previously, you can be pretty sure that's the reason why Hikaru is playing this, because he basically learned the line of Nicholas, or that Nicholas, that they studied this variation together, and Hikaru said, gave Nicholas permission, you can use this material we studied together. But then it kind of, either way, it's part of Team Hikaru prep. And
Right.
it doesn't matter whether Nicholas is working with Hikaru right now or not. The fact that they worked together in the past indicates that this is something they did together.
It's pretty nice. In fact, it's very good to have that type of team around you, that type of energy and people to help you, obviously, in these very high level tournaments. And he plays A3, gets up, walks around. I mean, this man is just in the element, feeling great, feeling himself today as he should, feeling really good. I have a good position so far. I'm up on time. I played A3. My bishop can now not be trapped anymore after a knight C3. There's no knight A5, obviously. This is the whole thing. The thing that's really annoying is the knight A5 stuff. So and now we can go bishop to A2, tuck the bishop, and now figure out what to do. We maybe go knight E2, knight G3 over to F5, or maybe we could stick the knight on D5, but it does block the bishop after a trade on D5. So there's something to it, lots of ideas, but definitely rich and complex as the Roy gives you.
But yeah, I kind of, once again, a comment from chat. Hikaru decides to go a3 later than what Hammer was saying. Someone said, and I don't get it. Why would you do? I don't understand why you need to do both of these moves.
Yeah.
Like, why would you? Why would you both prevent the knight from getting to that attacking square, but also create the escape for the bishop? In particular, I find it weird to play this a3 move here, in this position, uh, because you're planning to escape with your bishop, but black was planning to move the knight back.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't really need that escape,
Right.
because the next move for black was going to move away anyhow.
I think this might be, some psych here of like, let me gain some time in a position that is, hey, is different to say the least, right? Because it is quite confusing, and it can actually, it has confused Benjamin, obviously, because he's down 21 minutes on the clock. So of course, it definitely confused him here, and it worked. A3, bishop A2, knight C3. you're gonna have some easy moves to play as white. Very easy moves to play as white. In fact, but a3 and bishop d2 is something that we
Yeah,
do
so
have a move
basically,
right here.
I think you're onto it, right? That knight c3 is white's only plan in the position, and you can't play it now because of knight a5. So then you have to go a3, even though black was planning to move away. It's just you don't have anything sensible to do, and if you go knight c3 immediately, then the knight doesn't go back, but rather forward to take
Whoa,
out the bishop.
what did he do? Oh, he played c4, bro. What? You can't predict anything now that he's doing. A3, c4. It's gonna be king h1 next, Hammer. Like, watch this.
Well, c4 we kind of predicted,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, correct. We did.
Because
We
we
did.
did talk about it's the only thing that kind of makes sense with this move order and positioning of the pieces, that you get the extra option of including the pawn before playing the knight up.
Yeah, as they said, c4 is explosive, and also knights work best behind pawns, not in front of them. So,
Very good rule of
yeah,
thumb.
absolutely. Exception of the king's knight. Usually, even then, you usually push it, move the knight, and then push it later. But yeah, so c4 makes total sense. I mean, principle. Knights work best behind them. So c4, then knight c3, then we follow everything else.
So and the pawn and knight work so beautifully together against the same squares.
Yeah, that's nice.
And both of these moves actually did just happen on the board. Gledura finishing up his plan. He
Hmm.
got his maneuvering, moved the knight out of the way so that the bishop may have an open diagonal in towards the center. But the bishop is pointed to a pawn protected by another pawn. And that's kind of the kryptonite for bishops. The bishops can't really do much when they're facing this kind of defensive stance. And on the other hand, Hikaru's bishop, well, right now kind of being blocked by its own pawn, but this pawn can trade whenever. And this bishop is not facing black pawns. In fact, it's rather facing the black king.
Yeah, actually, like just like it's different. You get a position is what they say. It's why people play creative openings and etc. You get a position. You're not getting prep. Well, in fact, I mean Benjamin's getting prepped right now, but it's more of you get a creative position where you can think on your own with plans and ideas, which is really fun and a very big strong suit for Hikaru is defensive resourcefulness and also any position, the wide range of positions he can play very good. I do like the decision here. It kind of makes things completely different. 100% is like never seen this type of Roy here. The knight is now on e6. It makes things different. I'm up time, and then we play the position, but it's still equal, still pretty level. Black has developed all his pieces. Principally, black's doing fine, and also with white, we do need to figure out what we want to do next. What's
I
the
really
live
like the
position? Oh,
plan
nice.
you advocated with the knight trying to make its way to the f5 square. So I'd like to see that happen. The problem is just that I'm scared. I'm scared that if I start moving the knight right now,
Mm-hmm.
my bishop will
Mm,
start getting hit together with an
yeah.
undefended pawn.
Oh, yeah. We hang e4. Wow.
So that I'd like to see that. I'm also curious what happens if black goes c5. I feel like that's definitely the move Gledura is going to play. That was kind of part of his moving the knight plan. He wanted to move the knight so that the pawn could get involved in control of the center. And we have a very intriguing pawn structure, how the pawns are standing in relation to each other, where both players have the kind of same strategy of two pawns working together against one square. And what happens here is that both the white pawns have advanced too far to now take control of the d4 square. But the same is true for the d5 square. The black pawns have advanced too far to be able to deal with this. So it's like both players can get a knight to a square in the middle where it cannot be chased away. by the opponent's pawns. Um, and even though it's symmetrical in that it's identical for from both sides, we can flip the board at the middle and it's still going to be the same. Even though it's symmetrical, it's tense.
Right.
Like there's a difference between symmetrical and no tension, with all the pawns just being at the back,
Hmm.
and symmetrical with the pawns, yes, being equal, but being equal without being traded off.
Yeah, this is something. There's some tension here. They say keep the tension most times. So if c5 does happen, we may rook c1, knight d5. I mean, you have so many maneuvers you can make here, which is, quite a position. When you have so many options, you do like to think a lot. Or if you've prepped it like Hikaru has, I mean, literally spending no time so far, then maybe you can make a move quite quickly, and we'll see what that plan might
Yeah,
be.
and I think what Hikaru will have to do here is the recommendation of the computer. I think actually it's very important that Hikaru be accurate in this moment and play the move bishop to
Bishop
a2.
a2. Whoa.
And the idea is that you need to, black's pawns are quite aggressive, so you need to stand up to that aggression by creating this massive tension uh, in both directions between
I
the
like that.
queenside pawns.
I like that a
Because
lot.
otherwise, black might just rush those pawns further forward. So you want to kind of stake your claim to some queenside territory.
Yeah, that looks really good. In fact, very nice. I mean, the bishop's still in the long diagonal, and if you're not careful, we can obviously take on b5 at some point and use this diagonal to our good. We do need to provoke some weaknesses maybe on that side. Might maybe have a knight h4, knight f5 at some point, but that's going to take a while. g6 can stop us. There's also like you got to watch out for knight takes e4s, stuff like that with the knight on h4. So it's possible, but one move at a time, maybe like queen c2, queen e2. You have to worry about knight d4 too. So it's very complex. It's very complex. I'm kind of annoyed with knight d4, and I do have to end up taking that. I cannot allow him to stay. I don't think knight d5 is going to happen if the bishop's on a2 because of how gross the bishop would be. So it's a lot to think about. I mean, maybe even a4 might be some type of move in these
A4 I
positions, right?
like. Yeah,
It's
A4.
crazy.
That seems like you could increase the pressure. And if you look at how the pawns are placed, it's still identical. Like these three pawns are the same as black's three pawns, but also the two white pawns are identical to the two black queenside pawns.
Right.
So it kind of seems like we're just having an equal position, but the key difference here is this bishop on a2. This bishop pointing down the king at black's king doesn't have any pawns blocking its path. Uh, but the counterpart, the black bishop, is pointing down at a pawn protected by another pawn. So when the pawns are very equally placed, uh, that just showcases that now it's all about the piece positioning.
Right.
And White's piece positioning here is a little bit better, much thanks to the Fianchetto bishop, which traditionally we're like, yay, Fianchetto bishop on the side of the board pointing in towards the center. That's normally an optimal placement. But here, the pawn formation just stops that bishop from really doing anything dangerous.
Yesterday you mentioned 30 minutes by like move a 30-minute time advantage by like move 30 or something, right? We're gonna have
Yeah.
a 30-minute time advantage, in like right now. Okay. Because 29 minutes is a lot of time to be up. I don't care how much time you have. Being up 29 minutes so far feels really good. And also, the plans and ideas. I'm sure Hikaru knows what to do. He probably will start moving a little bit faster just to pressure him, obviously. I mean, Hikaru he can spend 20 minutes, obviously, and still have a great position here. I think White is doing very well. Hikaru is definitely doing good in his prep, up a lot of time here, putting the pressure onto Benjamin. I'm sure Hikaru will find these ideas with Bishop A2, B4, A4. And maybe he may even surprise us by something else, make him think even more as Benjamin goes about to be under an hour.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of having the white pieces, right? Because with white, you can be more experimental about your opening without risking a lot.
Right.
But with white, there's so much more scope for playing uncommon plans without landing in a bad position. Very often with the black pieces, if you want to play something combative, something unorthodox, you have to play something that probably has a dubious reputation, like Hikaru did yesterday with the Benoni. Um, but here with the white pieces, what's happening is that Hikaru doesn't need to take risk. The computer says equal position, but it's equal on the board,
Right.
not on the clock, because Hikaru chose an uncommon plan, which Gledura was not familiar with because it's not considered to be very challenging.
Mm.
Um, but it is challenging in its own way, since Gledura here obviously not familiar with all the plans. That causes him to spend a lot of time, which in turn creates problems
Absolutely.
in an equal position. So it's
Yeah.
not like Hikaru's not saying this is a great opening objectively, but he's saying this is a challenging opening where the best plans are not as well known.
Yeah, and you mentioned objective. He's playing very practical, which is nice. But probably, pushing the limits here, really using the pawn levers and c4, e4, d3, rook c1 can be played. Lots of options. Make you think on your toes here. And there's a move. Only reason why Hikaru is losing time is because he's not at the board. That's the only time he's losing time. Oh, it takes a minute to get back to the board. So I'm down, a minute or whatever here. Because yeah, he's not at the board. There it is. You can see he's just not there. There's Magnus watching.
And this latest move is, I'm not a fan of it, if I'm entirely honest. So we talked about part of the idea of moving the knight around was to make sure that the knight would not block the bishop. That being said, we kind of also touched upon the fact that this bishop isn't great anyway, with the pawn protected by a different pawn blocking the bishop's path.
Right.
So c6 is a bit of a passive move.
100%.
It blocks the bishop, but Benjamin's reasoning is that this bishop wasn't really doing that much anyway, so it doesn't matter that I block it because it wasn't influencing the center regardless.
Very, very interesting idea. Yeah, because c6 is very, contradicting. As you put the bishop, you want to have it open, and then you just immediately close it voluntarily. In fact, but it does stop a knight d5 that could be annoying at some point. You also can maybe keep hopes of a d5 alive at some point. It's going to take a long time because e5 is hanging by a lot with the knight on f3 and rook on e1. So you can't obviously play d5 anytime soon. It does actually help b5 stay, structure wise, keep it very solid on the queen side there as well. But it is a passive move, as you mentioned here. And we spent a lot of time, we, meaning Benjamin, spent a lot of time to think about this, play c6, hoping for something. Hikaru back at the board. See any facial expressions, anything that we can tell? Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Do you think Hikaru is not paying enough attention to his own board? Now he lost 3 minutes now.
He did. He lost
Probably
3 minutes.
just browsing other boards.
Games. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Correct. He wasted
What's your
minutes.
opinion on this kind of thing? Because I noticed in my latest tournament, I kept getting really, really low on time,
Mm,
and I couldn't understand why. And I'm starting to think maybe, well, part of it is because I'm a slow thinker,
yeah.
but also I think part of it was just my opponents kept moving when just as I was leaving the board, and
Yeah.
I didn't like double check that they hadn't made a move.
And when you got back, it was like, oh man, he moved. Whoa, I've lost 6, 7 minutes, right? Like stuff like that. Yeah, usually I always keep what we all do. We keep the board in our head here. We walk around from there. And like as I mentioned yesterday too, I actually am a stalker of the board. I'll watch from a very far distance for everything my opponent's doing, everything, the breath that they take, how are they breathing, how's the body language. I check all of that because it is important to have that, and sometimes it gives you a psych boost. Sometimes it can be faking you out, but it does give you a psych boost of oh, okay, cool, I am, pressing, I do feel better here, right? The smell of their breath, exactly, all of that, you know what I mean? You want to be watching it and watching your opponent so that you can use everything to your advantage, or sometimes step on the gas when you need to, if you can really see the signs.
Hikaru here now,
Thinking,
spending some thinking time.
finally out of prep.
Maybe. Well,
Maybe.
he might be out of prep, but he's not out of his kind of plans. And
Yeah,
and that's an important distinction. You have like specific moves you prepare for the opening, but when you study an opening, you also look at the potential plans moving forward. So that even if this pawn to c6 move was new to Hikaru, Hikaru probably knew that if the pawn steps two moves forward, then he should move his bishop back and move his pawn up. That is probably something Hikaru knows. But then he can utilize that knowledge when that pawn steps one square forward. He, number one, checks that there's no potential of getting the advance in the center, and like you said, that's not happening because white has this pressure against the e5 pawn, so that pawn just needs constant defending. And when he's assured, okay, there's not a significant difference compared to moving this pawn two steps forward, he does go hide that bishop away, move it so that the pawn may come in and influence the game on the next move.
yeah, and he's also not at the board anymore, Hammer. He's just bishop a2 and just walk away, drop the mic,
Well, now he knows what he's doing next move, right?
I think he
Pretty
knows
much
the next 10 moves.
whatever black does, this pawn is going forward. It's
Yeah.
kind of like when Gledura here played knight to d8. His
Yeah.
next move is just completely obvious. He doesn't need to think at all. Whatever happens, he's going to move that knight back up
Right.
on the next one.
E6.
And similarly here, bishop goes back, and unless there's a capture, Hikaru is moving that pawn up next, and that move he will not be thinking about as much as this bishop retreat.
Chess says he has to get his steps in, right? You get your daily steps in every day. So he's getting them in during his game right now. Getting my quick exercise, walk a mile during my game.
That would be a good reasoning, but at a chess tournament, you're not allowed to have electronics.
So
Otherwise, I could
rock
see that being like a thing
steps in.
that who can do the most steps during a tournament.
You count them manually, counting all your steps manually in your head. Man, he would probably be the guy to do that. In fact, but he's walking around very confident. As we see this all the time. Are jumping jacks allowed? Yeah, he might as well. I mean, he can do anything at this point right now. Because Benjamin is going to be in the think tank once again. And Hikaru is going to come back, play b4, and then walk around again. And then we'll see where we are. We'll see how much time Benjamin has, actually, even when we reach that point in the game there. But so far, so good here. I mean, b4 is coming, and the bishop's on a2. We can even reroute to b1, all kind of things. So looks good. Looks very good. Looks very, very good.
No electronics. What about hearing aid? Is that allowed?
Oh, that's
I
a great
gotta
question.
be honest, I'm not old enough for that to be an issue just yet. But yeah, it's a very good question. I would think.
I mean,
I mean,
it's
probably it's allowed, but
maybe.
you don't really need a hearing aid during a
Yeah.
chess game, right? If
Right.
anything, it's probably beneficial that you can't hear anything, unless your opponent offers a draw in a bad position.
That's right. That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, I'm not a fan of yeah, somebody.
I know that there are
Might be
chess
a fan of
players
that.
who play with these not headphones, but like just noise canceling that it's not an electronics thing
Yeah.
because it's
Mhm.
just about the noise canceling,
I also know
like
some that do like the
stuff you wear
earplugs.
in construction.
Oh, those, yeah. I've seen the earplugs too as well. About it.
Yeah, earplugs, I guess, is, well, it's less of a fashion statement.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Ear defenders, exactly right. Exactly. Benjamin is in a lot of time pressure, guys. This can go very, very good for us because it may make him make some moves quicker than usual due to the time situation, which you don't think that much about your moves, or you're not as confident. Obviously, that gives us some advantage somewhere where Hikaru will pounce on that somewhere.
Just to follow up with Sato, who says he's 34 and has had a hearing aid since he was 10 years old. I would think hearing aids would be permissible, but I would, to be on the safe side, I would pre-clear it with the tournament arbiter if
Right,
you're at a tournament.
right, yeah, definitely, 100%. Get it cleared because you can see, there'd be some problems there. People would definitely say something like, "Yo, he got something in his ear," especially if you start playing really strong. You're having a great tournament. And you're like, "Hold on, my guy, are you getting some assistance?" This happened before, in fact. So it's just why it's a thing. It actually has happened in the US back in the day where people would do these things. So it's important.
Has there been a game so tense a fight broke out in a
Wow.
chess tournament?
Wow. I haven't seen that one. Have you seen
No,
anything like that ever?
not to my knowledge.
Wow.
I've seen chess players fighting, uh,
I have seen
but
it, but
I've
not
never seen it happening in like a tournament hall.
wow. Not in the tournament at all. I've never seen that one. That's crazy.
Okay. We're gonna wait for Gledura to make his move. He's down more than 30 minutes on the clock, despite us only being on move 14. In addition, that would be great for Hikaru, even if the position was just equal. But right now, they still haven't made a single trade. Hikaru has a very clear plan moving forward. He's gonna get this B pawn involved on the next one, so his time advantage probably gonna increase,
Mm-hmm.
if anything. And we're feeling very, very optimistic. So we're gonna take a break, let Gledura continue thinking about this, and we'll be back with more coverage of the Chess World Cup. Hey everyone, we're back with the Chess World Cup, the premier knockout event in the chess circuit. I'm Jon Ludwighammer. Together with me is James Canty, and we're watching Hikaru Nakamura. So far, not really doing anything because he's kind of, well, he is making some moves, but he's not spending a lot of time thinking about it, whereas his opponent has spent over 45 minutes at this point. We're on move 14. Gledura of Hungary, ranked 107th in the world. He's made 13 moves so far, and 13 moves, spent over 45 minutes. I'm not good at quick maths, but I'm pretty sure that's too much,
Yeah,
James.
yeah, absolutely. And of course, you mentioned something. You said we're watching Hikaru. Where is he? Oh, we're not watching him at all. In fact, we're watching the chair and Benjamin Gledura think every single move because Hikaru sits down and then, it's been 4 minutes. Two and three of them have been walking around and getting back to the board. So, really, about a 1 minute game for Hikaru here, playing bullet chess in a classical game and having Benjamin try to figure it all out on his own.
He legitimately spent more time not being at the board
100%.
than thinking about his moves.
Correct. Correct.
Like, of the time he spent so far, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes is thinking, and the rest is because he also gets an additional 30 seconds per move that's being
Oh,
made.
right.
So even though the clock now says he has 3 minutes less than when the game started, we also need to account for the 7 minutes he's gained through just making moves.
Wow.
So yeah, Hikaru not really being very challenged so far in this game.
Yeah, at all. I mean, he's just walking around flexing the fact that I'm up so much time here. I know what to do. My position's easier to play. My pieces can be, look a little bit better. I think it is just it's still equal, but it's hard to even see that. In fact, like the knights are out. Like for black, we have pieces out. Our bishops look pretty bad, but then again, white has one bad bishop, and the queen's still on the back rank. Rook's not connected. So, black is fine, and from a from an engine practical standpoint in a way, but it's fine. But you have to find the plan, and it needs to be correct, or else Hikaru's going to pounce all over that there, and Benjamin's just having a problem finding the correct plan.
Well, at this point, I feel like it's more, it's about more than the plan. I
Yeah.
mean, at this point, it's like it's a mental block, right? Because he knows he can't afford to spend this much time against Hikaru. He knows that, and yet he still cannot make up his mind.
Mm.
It's just he's actively working against his own best interests by spending this amount of time. And
Yes.
it's not like he's unaware. He knows he can't spend this much time. He just can't get himself to make a move, make a decision.
There's definitely some nerves there. Definitely some nerves because this is like, I mean, you would expect this type of thing when you're getting aggressively attacked from anyone. Like, oh man, I'm getting attacked. He's all over me. I'm about to get mated in 17. Like, but here, like, I mean, the rooks aren't even connected for white yet. What are we gonna do with the A rook? Where does the queen go? What else do we do on the king side? On the queen side, there's lots of questions to answer here, but he is not. He's just doesn't know what to do. Somebody says, "Man, it's flabbergasted." Yeah, right now he is like flabbergasted or so many moves, so many ideas and plans that you can do here, and you kind of just like get sidetracked or like caught in a
And
rabbit
that's
hole
also
here.
to Hikaru's credit. The
Right.
fact that there are so many moves and plans available, it's because Hikaru chose an opening where there are no trades. So far in this game, not even a single pawn has been traded, and that's bad for two reasons. Number one, well, it's bad for Gledura for two reasons. Number one, him having a lot of options here now makes it more difficult to make a decision. But it also means that we will have a phase in this game where the trades and captures start happening. and he's just not going to have enough time to make the right decisions when that phase comes in. He did make a move now. It's about time, I want to say. He tries
Hmm.
to improve the bishop's positioning, moving the bishop one step backwards, hoping to get that bishop pointing down on the white king, just like Hikaru has a bishop pointing down on black's king. So he's kind of mimicking Hikaru's placement of the pieces, but like we talked about this. We said on the previous move, when Hikaru makes the decision to move the bishop back, his next move is going to be super easy because moving the bishop was obviously with the intention of pushing the pawn up afterwards. So I'm expecting Hikaru now to make a move within 30 seconds. He's going to push that pawn 2 steps forward. Um, and he's gonna kind of push the clock back to Gledura. He knows Gledura is having a miserable time coping with clock management, and so he's like, well, let me just restart his clock.
Yeah, because I mean, at first he sat down and did the facial expression, like, bro, what? Like, what is Bishop D8? Wasn't expecting that. That's incorrect. That's not right. Not right, chat. Something's wrong there, chat. So he played Bishop D8 and something's wrong. In fact, he didn't like that. Maybe you do play B4 immediately and just get up and walk around. But he is thinking about something called his eye. So he's looking around, calculating what else is on his mind. B4?
Huh.
What
Yeah,
else
no,
is on
I'm
his
I'm
mind?
surprised by this. I was expecting Hikaru to push
Immediately,
that pawn pretty much
100%.
instantly.
Right. Right, because there's like tricks with like b4, bishop b6, c5, which opens up the whole position, and knight takes e5. Maybe he doesn't want that though. Maybe that's what he's thinking about. Is
Well, he
maybe
he
this helps
doesn't need
black.
to make that decision now.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, I agree with you. I also noticed the c5 move, and I find it very intriguing.
Right.
Because the pawn on d6 is busy protecting its buddy in the center. So if we can push this guy, sacrifice it, to lead the black pawn astray, we give up a pawn on the side, but then recapture in the middle, and suddenly these kind of pressures are re-emerging. This looks very tempting for white. But Hikaru doesn't need to calculate it right
Yeah.
now.
Right.
He can just push the pawn up and then watch as Benjamin spends another 15 minutes on his next move
Yeah.
trying to figure out whether he can allow Hikaru to make this pawn push. And the
Yeah.
computer actually says it's fine for black, but that's not going to prevent Benjamin from spending loads of time trying to decide, can't I? With that pawn push.
Yeah, a lot of times you see patterns too in the thinking, meaning like they spend 20 here, they spend 20 there, they continuously keep spending 15 to 20 moves every time. So, we see that he's just thinking and he's thinking more and he's thinking more and he's thinking more. So, hey, maybe we just play B4 and then get up and walk around, may have him think 10, 15 minutes, come back, and then we make another decision. But I like that Hikaru is spending his 40, 50-minute time edge, whatever it is now, to figure out, okay, what am I going to play B4? Rook c1. I mean, nothing else really appeals here besides those two moves, b4
Well,
and rook c1
also
b.
he needs to go b4 in order to go a4.
All
So
right.
that's the plan you mentioned that I really really liked. To go b4 and then you can go a4
That's
afterwards, just
sweet. I like that.
increasing the pressure.
Definitely like that.
But the thing is, you can't go a4 here because then black goes b4 and kicks your knight and doesn't allow you to grab space in any if anything it's black grabbing space
Right.
in this circumstance.
Look how ugly the
So
bishop is there
this
too.
b4 move is useful to go c5 later. It's useful to go a4 later. It's the move you need to play.
Yeah. B4.
So I'm really not understanding Hikaru's pause here.
Right now, he's taking a nap. He wanted to take a quick nap. And like, let me just take a quick nap. I got time. All right, cool. I'm up. And he's up. And
Oh
he
wait,
figures out, what am I
actually,
gonna
you
do?
know, I'm wrong.
What we got?
Yeah, no, I just realized why he's thinking.
What's going on?
He has this move bishop to e3.
Oh, to play d4? Oh,
No,
does it
just to
stop bishop?
prevent the opponent's plan.
Right,
So
easy.
sometimes when you can clearly see that your opponent is planning to do something and point down on your king,
Just
yeah, you
stop it.
can do what you were planning. But if you're a better player than me, you see the opponent's plan and you don't just think about what do I want to do, you also think about what does the opponent want to do. So you
Wow.
can go bishop e3 and you just stop this bishop from getting to that b6 square.
And it improves. And it's really nice. And improves the positioning of the bishop. The queen can come to d2 next. Really nice. We connect the rooks. b4. I mean, this is such an easy position to play. Bishop e3, especially after the bishop e3 move. Big fan of that move. That's really nice. Bishop
And
e3.
it still has the idea of the c5 move
Right. Yeah, that's sick.
because so pawn to c5 immediately doesn't work because it doesn't lure black's pawn out of position. Because here that pawn can be captured by the knight with the pawn still protecting its buddy in the center. So we need something to reinforce this c5 square. That could be the white b pawn, but it could also be the bishop. And then if black does nothing, wow, computer even says pawn to d4 is an
d4, yeah.
idea.
Yeah, I like d4. But also bishop e3 was to stop. Like, that's such a good move because you're right. Stopping bishop b6 is amazing. But also d4 immediately, just having the Maroxy bind type setup with the pawns on e4 and c4. And then d4, you take, you play queen d2, rook a d1, and I'm hitting d6 the rest of the game. It's beautiful. There you
Okay,
go.
I take back everything I said. Hikaru should not make a quick decision here. He
No
should keep
b4.
in mind that a good chess player both has plans of their own, but also sees the opponent's plans.
But he plays
Oh,
b4.
but he does go b4
He
anyway.
plays b4. Hey, I mean, bishop e3 was really nice too, though. Like, he was spoiled for choice here. Like, you have b4, bishop e3. Like, I mean, maybe I could do both. Well, now I can't go bishop e3, obviously, after bishop b6. Maybe that bishop e3 move was really nice, in fact. And you could still play b4 there if you wanted, but it's whatever. Like, play b4, have him think about it. It's your move, Ben.
Yep, computer actually prefers what Hikaru did. But it's
b4.
such a typical circumstance that a good player will
Mhm.
pause when there's a good alternative,
Right.
and then they will choose the best one.
Right. Yeah. But they had to check the alternative.
Yeah.
Or with the water sip. And yet, I
And
was just
he's
trying to say
still
is,
he's still gonna be 30 minutes up on the clock because
still
there's
30.
no way Benjamin is making a decision within a minute here.
Right. Like, what do I even do? He just walks away, and that's it, chat. That is it. This is looking really good for Hikaru. Pressure on the clock. B4, I have space. C5 is a threat at some point, and
Oh
now
my
you know the
bad. Yeah, my math is off. My bad, Rockmelon. It's 40 minutes.
oh, it's 40 minutes up.
I just can't math.
Okay. 40 minutes.
Even better.
Yeah, even better, right?
And
Yes, you
now
got
Gledura is going to be like, oh, I want to go bishop b6. That was my plan for the previous move. Oh, but now I'm scared. That pawn to c5 is going to create the complications, which is why you cannot spend that much time early on. Because when you're spending so much time without there being any trades being made, then you're going to be in a terrible time situation for when the critical phase actually does come in.
right. Yeah, when it's going to be exactly when it's time to calculate, you're not going to have the time to do it, and that is important to have the time. That's probably the most important thing is have the time to sit there and actually calculate the complications or navigate what is actually going on. It's really difficult when you're thinking like this, and then you also psych yourself out. Oh man, I need to think, but I just wasted so much time on the parts where I didn't really need to think here. So really, it's a battle of obviously the mental there, but also, did we have a move? Oh no, that was the board. That was the board there. Okay, B4, yeah. So B4 still on the board. He has to move, guys. I mean, what is he gonna play? Chat Bishop B6, H6. And then you start like really not seeing anything. It gets really foggy a lot of times. I'm sure we've all been there before. It gets foggy when you don't have any time. You're getting lower on time. You keep looking at that clock. You're not really focusing on the moves, and then you make some type of mistake.
And the funny thing is that what's going to happen right now is Gledura is going to spend 5 to 10 minutes on this move. He is going to move the bishop here, but he's going to spend minimum 5 minutes calculating what happens if Hikaru continues forward. And then Hikaru is just going to do something else. And then he kind of wasted those
Yeah.
5 to 10 minutes because he spent it calculating a move that didn't end up happening.
Yeah, he's gonna be playing the clock, and also like having this type of position with so many options is very nice for Hikaru, very bad for Benjamin because there's so many moves. There it is. Bishop B6 is on the
Man,
board.
my prediction is off. I said minimum 5 minutes, and he makes the move in
And
less than
like,
3.
he was close though, very close. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. That counts for something. Bishop B6 on the board. Sip of the water there. And
I
Hikaru.
really thought he was going to be more scared about this pawn advance. And now I'm expecting a long think from Hikaru. Oh, I can't get anything right today.
Instantly, like, we need to regroup,
Yeah, no,
recalibrate,
I was like, oh, here for sure
regroup.
Hikaru's gonna think for a long time because he has so many choices, right?
Right.
He can push this pawn, he can push this pawn, he can do like a waiting move, he can start maneuver over to the other side.
Wow.
Hikaru had so many choices, but I guess when he played pawn to b4, he knew that what was coming, and he was like, okay, he's gonna play the bishop here. I have
Rook
my
B1.
move ready.
He just Rook B1. Like, what does it do? Nothing. Nothing at all. There's
Well,
nothing really.
it
A4
actually
maybe.
doesn't do nothing.
All
I
right.
think it's rather clever move
What are we doing? What's
because
the
he's
plan?
anticipating black
A5.
wanting to go a5.
Beautiful. So we take.
And if black now goes a5, then suddenly this rook is perfectly placed,
Right.
having the pressure in towards black's pieces.
Yeah, chat says Hikaru bulleting a classical game. That is 100% what's happening here. As a strong blue grandmaster Benjamin Gledura here, 26:37, 36 minutes on the clock, and Hikaru having 1:19, hour and 19. We started with an hour and 30, I think, with 30-second increment here. We're up so much time, very fluid, like easy position that we can play with white. This looks very good for Hikaru. Of course, it's not over yet. But we have some more work to do, but it looks very good for Hikaru.
I just, oh man, yeah. I'm very often, uh, I'm very often critiqued for my jinxing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I can't see a circumstance in which Hikaru doesn't win this match. He
Yeah.
was so close to making something happen with black
Black,
pieces
right.
yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
And now with the white pieces, he's playing solidly, but frankly, he hasn't really been challenged much in the chess department. It's more like the psychology of Hikaru's opening choice was so on point
Yeah.
because Gledura just coping very poorly with Hikaru's choice of variation and also Hikaru's choice of keeping a lot of pieces on the board for a prolonged period of time. And even if Hikaru doesn't win this one, it's like with this time management, he's gonna win in the tie breaks, right?
Yeah.
Hikaru's
Yeah.
already really good at tie breaks, but
Right.
when we see the way Gledura spends his time, you're probably not gonna survive if you have even less.
Yeah. And that's I mean, that just comes, you have to work on that. Like, you have to work on that over time, on working on that time management. It's not going to be just he snaps out of it and like plays like an absolute super GM in in the tie breaks. It's possible, but not likely, especially as we see how he handles his time. Now, here at 34 minutes, this is, I mean, he really blitzing him. He might have maybe one of the lowest times right now in the World Cup right now from all
Oh,
the games
for
playing.
sure he has.
Yeah, he definitely has very low
I
time
mean,
compared to
can
all
you
other games.
imagine someone having less time at this
34 minutes.
stage?
Yeah, and this is move what, 15? You gotta
I
move. Is it move 40? You get extra time? I think it's 40, right? Or it's not
yeah.
30. Yeah, it's always move 40. So 40, I mean, wow, that's 25 moves, bro. He's not gonna make it.
Well, he's well, yeah. Well, generally
Yeah,
these guys don't lose on time, but they often lose because of time.
right,
So
right.
when they're low on time, they're more prone to make a mistake, which of course affects the result of the game.
Yeah, that's really tough here. Benjamin is under some serious fire as he thinks, chat. I mean, we just sitting here watching him.
I'm just watching the clock, honestly.
Like, look at the seconds, right? Man.
Yeah, well, right now, I mean, even if we convert his minutes into seconds, that's like we could almost have a countdown on the screen.
Put a
No, but
countdown.
like 33 times. I'm gonna get my calculator.
Oh, here we go. Well, we got the
Uh,
calculator out. It's getting
yeah,
serious.
cal.
Getting,
Okay, so he has 33 times 60. That's so right now on 3320, he's at 2000 seconds. And then like
wow.
that's not a lot.
Yeah, 2,000 seconds. It sounds like a lot, but that's really not, especially in chess. Like, you can think for 2,000 seconds on one move, right? Which it feels like he's doing that every move, in fact, which is very nice for us guys. 32 minutes? I really am watching the clock now. 32 minutes, buddy. You gotta move. Or don't, bro. Hey, chill, relax,
Well, I mean,
go
it's
get some lunch.
he's not really making any sign that he's about to move, right?
Right,
And
right.
also, I'm looking at the computer's recommended moves, and I got to tell you, it's not good
Whoa, whoa.
for
What's
Gledura.
what's the what's the recommended?
Like the second recommended move is Queen to D8.
Okay, all right. Well, let's be
According to
let's
the
be human
computer,
here.
second best move here, moving the queen back,
Oh,
disconnecting
nice.
the rooks,
Yeah, okay.
uh, no longer giving protection to this b5 pawn,
What does this
which
do?
kind of Hikaru indirectly attacked with this rook, and also he could move the pawn up afterwards. Um, it's like I think we're beyond the point where black is fine.
Mm,
I think right now black is not fine.
yeah.
Not on the clock, but nor is he okay on the board. Because when Queen D8 starts popping up as suggestions, that just means you're not okay. This is not okay, and
Yeah.
something's wrong.
Something 100% wrong here, of course. I mean, and then you start like meshing everything together. You're like, oh, what about this? Then you start jumping around, and you have to because you have to start thinking faster. So you're jumping to this idea, to that idea. Oh, this. Oh, let's just choose something, and that's usually wrong because you don't have enough time to figure out what you actually need to. And this is not even a critical moment. The queen's still on the back rank on D1, disconnected rooks, right? So white. I mean, have
You're
no
all
pieces.
about those disconnected rooks. It's why
Yeah.
I made that comment about the Queen D8 move.
Queen D8 disconnect the rooks, right? And we got knights on the third
Yeah, but
rank.
this
Like we
queen
have
is fine.
nothing. Hey, queen's fine,
This queen is
absolutely.
fine. The
Let's see.
problem is if the queen moves up, it's more prone to being attacked. So
With
the queen staying back is actually good for Hikaru, I think, because then she's just completely safe.
there's no attack to it. And it's just like he did nothing this game. Like Hikaru just moving pieces around. He didn't attack anything, no trades, no pawn captures. I mean, this is like one of the coolest games ever, guys. Just a squeeze in a way, time squeeze as well.
I really like the kind of the psychology of this game
Yeah,
because it seems like Hikaru's not doing anything,
but
but
he's
at the
doing
same
everything.
time he's crushing it against an opponent that's higher rated than me. And
Yeah,
I'm like, if I play this guy, it's gonna be, a tense fight, and I could never do what Hikaru's doing. Now he's making it look so easy. And that's the secret to this these top level players, sometimes they beat like seriously good opponents by just
Breaking the sweat.
magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that earlier. I was like, man, this is like some magic. Like, that's exactly the word I was thinking about. Like, this is magical. Like, he's not doing anything. I mean, you have no pieces past the third rank, but it's actually it's completely winning psychology wise, mentally. 29 minutes, bro.
Yeah, I'm checking my calculator again. 29 minutes
Wait,
now.
29, 2,000 seconds. That would be carry the one. Yep. Okay.
Uh, oh no, I messed up. We're at 1,700 seconds now.
Wow, that went by really quickly.
Yeah, no,
That
300
went by
seconds
really
just like
quickly.
that. It's 5 minutes.
Dang. Yeah, he just said 2002. That's wild. That is one.
We haven't even started trading yet. What? How are you?
Yeah, he's stuck, man. He's stuck. He might, I mean, he might just resign at some point. You're right. I mean, it's not gonna do that, but it's getting there. It's
No,
getting
but
there. The man
he's
has
got to
resigned.
realize that he's completely ruining his own chances with this time management.
Yeah, 100%.
Do we have
100%.
some Hungarians in chat? Hungarians represent. Let us
It's your
know.
boy.
We're not too familiar with Benjamin Gledura, great grandmaster, ranked 107th in the world. Is this his normal MO? Like, does he always spend this much time?
Right.
Okay,
Yep,
he
here he
made a
goes.
move.
He made a move. And the move is
Knight to d4. So he's going for trades, which, frankly, given his time situation, seems like a good strat.
yeah. Let's get some pieces
Um,
off. Make it easy.
but on the other hand, he's now making it much easier for Hikaru to start an attack on the Black King. This knight was actually doing a good defensive job around the king. And if I'm Hikaru right now, I'm gonna play so fast. I'm just gonna trade this. I'm gonna
92.
move my knight back to attack the bishop.
Bishop
And then I'm
moves.
moving my knight over here, and
Beautiful.
suddenly I can go with the queen, with my knight, with my
Bishop
bishop.
d5.
I
Yeah.
also have this guy in reserve,
Jeez.
and all of black's pieces are kind of stuck on the opposite side while I'm attacking the king.
Very nice plan. Very nice. Eliminate the knight because that knight will be a monster if we keep it there. Knight takes d4. 92 with the reroute. The knight on c3 was pretty gross anyway. Didn't have any squares. Move it to the e2. Are you really going to let me take the bishop here? Probably not. Move the bishop. Knight goes to g3. That's three quick ones. Three quick moves. And then let black sit and think about it.
But this is what's so difficult about facing an opponent that's just, self-destructing through their time management. You get very tempted to making rash decisions.
Yes.
So this, it looks super tempting, and of course we get to know what the computer says, right?
Right.
So we know that this is a very obvious but also good plan. But when you're sitting there, you're prone to just um you're prone to making decisions like this, but also in circumstances where it's not actually good because you're so obsessed with punishing him for his time management, and you just want to play quickly, and then you give up some. You miss a move, and you miss an idea. You play a bit too quickly, and sometimes your advantage just says bye bye.
Yeah, it actually shows, very very good strength and patience and very, just top level chess when you can see that, having that patience to actually sit and stop and wait and like, hey, you know what? I am up on time. I'm not gonna, try to flag you here, which I am, but I'm gonna flag you by making the best moves, in fact. And by not just immediately moving because I can do 92, 94, 92, 93, which is a great plan here. But as we thought about too with that bishop e3 move, he chose b4, which was very good. Here, knight takes d4 looks great, in fact. Looks absolutely good. Maybe have something else he's thinking about, which he's doing right now. See him on the camera. Yeah, calculating a lot of stuff. He's looking on the queen side of the board. Yeah, a lot of times you like to watch the eyes too, just to see where you're calculating. And he's looking all on the queen side. There's a lot going on.
I feel like he's looking at Mamedov right now, or doing one of the classic Beth Harmons. I don't
Right
think his, I don't think the queen side was within his.
in his eyes. What is he thinking about, guys? What do you think he's going to play, chat? What do you think he's going to play?
I mean, surely it's just it's so tempting. Take the
Hmm,
knight out and then just go on the attack.
yeah, because I mean, like you keeping a knight there. Like if you keep it there, it's just super annoying, obviously. So definitely knight takes is the top choice for me. And then like the plan 92 is a very excellent plan. Makes total sense. Reroutes a bad piece from C3. It doesn't have any squares over to a better, way better square where it can be employed and something to do. Pretty good.
So the point of being up on time is not flagging the opponent, not trying to make the opponent lose on time, but it's about utilizing that extra time you have in the critical positions to find the right move where the opponent has faltered.
Beautiful. The point of being
And
uptime is you can
Hikaru
use it.
demonstrating that right now
Right.
with his think here, because he has this like super obvious plan, super tempting. He could have just played it and said, "Okay, Gledura, you figure this out. I'm not gonna calculate. I'm just trusting my instincts." And you sit and calculate with that little time you have left. But Hikaru's not going for the shortcuts here. He knows that he's gotta play properly. He
You're right.
can't just hope that his instincts are right, and that he can just play for time. He's spending some minutes here
That's good. I mean,
deciding what to do now that the position changed a lot with
right,
this knight move, right?
right, right.
Because it now suddenly there's trades. It's more open on this bishop's diagonal that's trying to influence down towards the king. We also know that Hikaru has been planning this a4 move for some time, trying to increase the pressure on the queen side. That was part of the plan by playing b4. When you go b4, you're preparing to push the next guy as well, and you need to do it in that order to avoid the black pawn being allowed to advance. So I would say there's two choices here for Hikaru. Either continue increasing the pressure on the queen side or make the trade in the center. Personally, I would definitely do the trade, but it doesn't take more than two options for a player to spend a lot of
A lot of
thinking time.
time. Yeah. Like I have two options and then you spend 30 minutes. Or if you're Benjamin,
I've
maybe you spend
definitely
40.
done that.
Yeah. Yeah. Easily. Easily. I've done that before. Had a 40-minute think. Won the game, but man, I had a 40-minute think because you had to be correct. It has to be right. Yeah.
Subtoxics has a really good point in chat. The Black Knight has moved four times. One, two, three, four. Whereas the White Knight has only moved once.
Mm,
So by making the trade, you're kind of winning time in that you're trading off an expensive horsey,
right.
a horse that has moved a lot, um, to one that just found its positioning immediately. But I will also say that that kind of enables White to be able to do the same thing with their knight. The difference is just that when the white knight arrives at its favored square, it cannot be kicked out very easily.
Yeah. It's gonna
So
be a nice
we
square.
also want to make four moves with our knight. It's just that our four moves are going to be better since the positioning lands the knight on a square where it cannot be traded immediately.
Hikaru is spending some time here, which is good. When you're up the time, you use the time. And he's doing a great job of doing that right now. Get that knight to f5. It could be GG. That's exactly right. Vingato or Vingator there. Yeah, it looks like knight on f5 is going to be very, very hard to get out of there. It's going to be some problems. G6 is always going to weaken the dark squares as well. So got to be careful. Knight h6 and c5 is going to be GG. Beautiful.
And I think it was a Kasparov quote.
Yep.
When he said, like, with a knight on f5, you just win the game.
Yeah.
And that's what Hikaru, I think, will be looking to right now.
Thinking, facial expressions. Nothing.
Actually, what's interesting is the move a4. Do you know what square that move is all about?
Let's think about that. A4. What would that be about? That's a good one.
I always find it so interesting when moves on the side of the board is really about something in the middle.
Else. Wow. So is it about C5?
I think A4 is about D5.
Wow.
Because by moving the pawn up, you're preparing to make loads of trades on the B5 square. Those trades will lure the black C6 pawn away from the center, away from the control of the D5 pawn. And one of the plans here would then be that you can make loads of trades, and then afterwards you go with your bishop to take out this knight.
Right.
And once that knight is captured, I'm not sure. I'm just inputting a bit of random moves. But once that knight has been captured, then you have the situation where there's no pawns controlling the d5 square, and the knight that was helping with that control has also been eliminated, so that Hikaru can just establish himself here long term.
Establishing a piece on d5 there.
But on the other hand, then black has established the knight on the kind of counter square, d4.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it's probably not that easy, and you definitely saw the eval bar go up and down as I was trying to illustrate my point.
Right.
But a4 definitely about the d5 square. You just have to implement it more cleverly than what I did.
Thinking, he definitely think tank here, which is good. I mean, he's using that time advantage. Look how much time he spent, but still up so much time. It's good. You can use it when you want to here, and he's choosing to use it now. But the question is, where a4 or knight d4? Maybe he'll surprise us, but a4 and knight d4 are the most logical.
I can't really imagine a different move.
Yeah.
Potentially, he could go bishop e3. But I'm not a big fan of the trades that result after that move.
He definitely has something.
Bishop e3 could be fine. Okay. Computer
hates
it.
Hates it. Absolutely not, it says. Okay.
Okay. But then we're back to, okay, either he's going to trade or he's going to push.
A4, yeah. Two options, giving him a lot of time to think here because he has the two options. He wants to be correct. A4, knight d4, chat.
Okay, he's going for it.
Knight d4.
I like it.
Knight
I
d4.
really like this decision. I really like the potential. Also, it's about an attack, right? He's eliminating one of the key defenders for the Black King. So now he can go from what has been a slow maneuvering game. The slow maneuvering game is going to convert into like a massive attacking game. Just instantly.
Let's go. Let's go, chat.
The knight steps back, attacks the bishop, and if the bishop retreats, then the knight will continue on towards new pastures. with now the king side being very exposed. Both the fact that white is bringing pieces over to the king side, so that's bad for the black king. But in addition, black lost one of the key defensive pieces, the knight on e6. So black has both lost defensive resources and white is gaining attacking potential with the pieces moving towards the black king.
Knight coming to G3. Very nice. Bring that knight to F5. And we live. Good stuff. Looking
And
good.
he does retreat the bishop.
He does.
The computer was suggesting some weirdness, giving up the bishop pair after c5. But honestly, I feel like that may have been a better choice under the circumstances, given that you'd rather have the white knight take out the bishop pair rather than have the white knight just come and completely dominate your king.
Right.
So in a way, c5 was not perfect. It was giving up the bishop, which is a big concession. But retreating the bishop just gives Hikaru such an easy attacking plan. And he does indeed play knight g3. He was there for a pit stop. I don't know if the Formula One pit stops can really match Hikaru's speed there.
Speed,
He
bro.
came in, made his move, and left quicker than they
God.
can switch out those tires.
Magnus watching too as well. Magnus is like, yeah, that's a wrap. All right, let me walk away. Knight to G3. And he walks away. Let's see how long he thinks
I'm
about it.
really liking Hikaru's position now. He's up 40 minutes. He's got some fierce attacking opportunities here. This bishop pointing on the king. This bishop trying to take out the last defensive knight protecting. This knight is coming in, and also the queen is getting involved.
Yep.
Like I just
Hikaru arrows there. Exactly. Yeah, this is not looking good.
I can't imagine this not being a checkmating attack.
I
And
was
that's
surprised.
just that's not even including the time situation.
Right.
Just from the position itself, it just looks devastating. And then we include the fact that Benjamin, okay, he did actually get some trades now, so he did get some quick moves, but he still has an additional 22 moves to make in 27 minutes. Even though he gets an extra 30 seconds per move, it's less than 2 minutes per move on
Yeah.
average. And he already spent more than 2 minutes on this move.
Exactly. How bad is it to play? I mean, it's already bad. So G6 is going to stop knight f5 at least, but man, those dark squares are so sickening. Like maybe he sacks something, starting with bishop h6, something like that. Problematic. Guys, we're looking good, chat. Looking good for the home team.
Okay, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna let him cook, I believe,
Let it
is
rook.
the new term the kids
Right.
use, and I try to stay young as much as I can.
Yeah.
We're gonna let Benjamin cook here for a little bit, and when we're back, we're gonna see even more of Hikaru's pieces taking their attacking positions. A reminder that if Hikaru wins this game, he will be through to the next round. No tie breaks needed. So we'll be back in 5-ish minutes, everyone. See you then. We're back with the Chess World Cup. We're following Hikaru Nakamura taking on the world 107th in Benjamin Gledura in this Chess World Cup. That is a qualifier for the World Championship. Or rather, it's a qualifier to the qualifier, but it is a big deal. And one of the participants here, Hikaru Nakamura, our hero for the broadcast. And things just got real in his game. Hikaru has a lot of pieces pointing up towards the Black King. He's trying to make a decisive attack here. In the meantime, Benjamin doing a counterattack on the other side of the board. The latest move, a5, trying to open up for the rook to point down on White's bishop. I'm Jon Ludvighammer. I'm joined by James Canty. And James, this could be the moment to strike now for Hikaru.
Absolutely, as he's looking for how do I do that? There's lots of options here. Obviously, a takes b4 is going to be something that Benjamin's looking to do to take advantage of the bishop on a2. Do we capture? Do we not? Is the question here. But that's going to take some calculation. Maybe even looking around the board at other options. Do we capture? Do we play c5? Do we play knight f5? Do we play bishop g5? Like, all these moves are very possible. And because you have so many moves, you do need to use the time here. But we have a huge time edge, so should work very well for us.
Yeah, he had 45 minutes when the move was made on the board. Most of that time went disappeared because Hikaru wasn't at the board as the move was being made. But a 45-minute time edge, this is the moment to use it. This is when you need to calculate to have a lot of captures to be aware of. And to me personally, I feel like bishop g5 has to be the move. Essentially just trying to take out the last piece defending in front of the Black King. And when that bishop comes up, we're not afraid of pawn takes pawn because, and this is just me rambling, but I think I'm right about it. Bishop takes knight, and if the rook comes in, taking a second pawn. Now, white is down 2 pawns. White is up a knight, but 2 bishops are under attack at the same time. And here I was thinking the move knight f5 looks very convincing. Because even though the black rook can kind of continue its raid on the white pieces, the fact that we have these 3 guys working together is just going to be checkmate. The bishop can even come in, make a double attack on the king and rook, but it's okay. Go ahead, take that rook, because I'm gonna give checkmate. I might even give checkmate in style
way,
using the knight and bishop. I was spoiled for choice there.
Yes.
So yeah, in short, attack super dangerous, and we're just making sure that as long as Gledura cannot open up for his rook convincingly, this just seems quite good for Hikaru.
It seems really good. That bishop g5 move is quite annoying. Aggressive player. You just want to attack things, and especially when you have pieces in striking range. Bishop g5 threatening to capture on f6, playing a knight on h5 or f5. Can be really, really nasty stuff. Bishop g5 might be answered with like bishop d8 again. Or move the knight.
No, bishop d8 could be a good move. Well, you just need to get more defenders to the Black King.
Correct.
But it's still definitely better for white. I'm looking at the computer. The computer is saying pawn to c5, which makes absolutely no sense to me. It made a lot of sense back when we had a knight putting pressure on the e5 pawn. Then
Right.
I understood this idea in that if the pawn gets captured by the black pawn, then the black pawn removes the defense of the e5 pawn, which then can be captured by the knight. But we traded off that knight, and now
That's hard to
I
see. Yeah.
don't understand the idea.
You just giving up a pawn.
Why would the computer
Why-
suggest such a move?
It has to be something tactical on the king side, probably. Like, but how? Takes. Like, we
It's
probably
saying
taking the
take
pawn back.
back
Whoa. Now it's better for black. What is this?
and then
Queen
queen
C1.
c1.
Hit the bishop. Okay, maybe we go on bishop h6 at some point.
Why is this a thing? Bishop h6, good call. So here it's saying knight f5.
That's a nice move.
And if black tries to go back on defense,
You go bishop h6 anyway? Oh my goodness.
no, computer
Oh, it
says
doesn't
bishop
work.
h6 bad.
So what am I doing?
But now you go bishop c3.
Okay, this e5, bishop d4, or e something. I mean c7. Yeah, this is too dang.
And then we sacrifice the pawn, but we have
No,
like these.
yeah, the bishops, the menacing bishops.
Wow. But
That's some
this is.
variation there.
I
bro.
don't think there's any chance a human can correctly kind of evaluate this thing.
Yeah, c5 is
So
too
it
much.
turned out the point of c5 was still to remove this pawn from protecting its buddy.
And then attack it later.
It
Wow.
was just, way out there here with the bishop coming in to attack that pawn. So it was about this black pawn. And very important here, if the black king here was in the corner, like let's do a delay move. I don't really have a delay move. Let's move the rook here. If the black king was in the corner, then bishop c3, you could play f6 and keep this defended.
Wow.
So part of the equation is also this kind of this bishop that's been there for quite some time. We talked about how it's pointing down on the black king, but it wasn't really involved until this moment where it starts making a lot of sense, partly because it's preventing the pawn from moving up and creating that pawns protecting each other formation.
Yeah, so f6, wow, moving the king into as well, but that c5 move is like crazy. Like c5 is hard to find, boy.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, bishop g5 or like what's another move though? Bishop g5, maybe knight f5 is just
Knight
not
f5 makes a lot of sense.
Easy move.
So let's check knight f5. I mean, for sure he's going to open up for the rook. He's trying to take out this annoying bishop.
Maybe bishop g5 now. Same idea. Different move order.
Yeah. Now I like it, but computer actually says that bishop d8, keeping the knight defended, is completely okay for black.
Wow.
I don't understand how this can be okay, but at the same time, who am I to question the computer?
Yeah, come on, computer. Come on.
It's pretty much the chess player religion. You don't question the deity.
Is this what they say? You just do it. Wow, chat.
I mean, I guess we could bring the queen in.
Rook takes.
And then have the queen point down. Wow, the computer is such a cool customer.
Savage.
Just taking the bishop, not being scared of anything.
There's no mates?
Like, I could sacrifice here. I could sacrifice here. I could go here. I could take this. I could move. I mean, there's so many things I could do that kind of increases everything pointing down in the same direction. But computer just says, no, I took your bishop.
And I'm up a piece. No mate. Try again. Wicked.
I may have overestimated Hikaru's attack. This is not as easy as I thought it was going to be.
That's true, but it also is we still have pressure on the clock. We just gotta find the right moves here, which I think he will. I think he's
Yeah,
gonna
but
start
right
bishop
now,
e5 though.
of the things we looked at,
And-
only c5 looked very convincing.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But that's
Yeah,
also the most difficult move to find.
because of the follow-up. The c5, you can see, you can probably see even a few moves, takes. Man, but then making queen c1 and then knight f5 and bishop h6 and even bishop c3. When do you play bishop c3 again? That's a lot. That
It's
is
very
a whole lot.
difficult to understand the significance of the pawn sacrifice because it's so far out in the sacrifice that this pawn becomes a target. And also, it's very difficult that after c5, the computer says you follow up with queen c1, which is actively moving the queen away from the black king. Like we
Yeah,
already had a path for this
right.
queen to get involved. So queen c1 doesn't really make sense from a human perspective.
Exactly. And then in queen c1, you have to follow up with another move like bishop h6 or knight f5 immediately. It's just all pressure at this point.
Well,
Oh,
bishop
bishop h6
h6
doesn't
would
even
at
work.
least then make human sense because then that explains this queen.
Right.
But turns out bishop
Doesn't
up,
even work.
you
Dang.
just take the bishop and somehow
What?
you
You
have a
get
lot
away.
of dangerous attacking pieces, but
Crazy.
computer says,
Everything's defended.
yeah, queen gets back.
Can't even rook lift. Wow.
Yeah, and that's key, right? If the rook lift was available, that would just win, but the bishop is preventing the rook from getting involved.
He's probably thinking about c5, but calculating everything after. Yeah. What do you think, Chad? Is he gonna play c5 or
I
not? What's the
I
chat
don't
think?
think so. I don't think it makes sense.
I don't think so either because of how far it is out. But I mean, if he plays it, then he probably sees. Maybe he might see a few moves there, but I think bishop g5 he's playing. But what do you guys think, Chad? Is he gonna play c5? Queen c8 yesterday was easier than c5 now. Yeah, that's correct.
I agree. I agree. I mean, I could see him still wanting to do like an a5 plan
Ooh.
and kind of just dealing with this whole situation
Mhm.
before he starts attacking.
Yeah, clear it up. Because you have to consider AB4, and then if you do like rook A2 is coming.
Yeah, it's just good for black, isn't it?
Right.
What if I capture first?
Then maybe capture again and then bishop G5? Possible. But then
Actually,
the
by
rook's
making
hanging.
the capture first, this is actually important. We looked at knight to f5, and then after capture, we didn't really see anything we liked here.
Mhm.
Partly because if the bishop recaptures, that bishop will immediately get kicked. But if we take first and then go knight f5, now if the capture, we can recapture with the bishop, and then the bishop works together with the knight against the d6 pawn,
That's nice.
and there is no black pawn that can kick our bishop out of position. In fact, our bishop is really well placed on a square no pawns can pressure.
Pretty strong there. It hits D6, bishop C5, take. Yeah, I still like white because of hanging pawns, but then there's
I
I think
mean,
for
worst
own
case,
hanging
we just go
pawns too.
bishop here, right? We're
Yeah,
just strategically better. Okay,
this
computer
is a
not
knight.
super impressed.
Yeah, not. But the knight on F5 is really nice practically again.
Yeah, and also computer says this is just winning.
What? What
Takes
do you do
takes
next?
queen here, and now if the rook
Wow.
tries to protect,
Queen
we can
G5?
sacrifice.
Woof. And then Queen G5. That's sick.
Check
Take.
attacks the king. King has to
Rook
move,
lift.
but then the king releases the protection,
Rook
and
E6.
then we get the rook lift because
There
now
it
there's no
is.
longer a bishop here,
There it is.
and then the rook comes up for the checkmate.
There's a lot to think about here. You see how much time Hikaru was using, eating up his whole time advantage there? Still up 30 minutes. Tell you how much time he was
But
up.
this
But
is the point of the time advantage, right? Being able to use the time at the appropriate moments.
that's right. That's right. Use the time when you have it, when you're up.
No, I think I like that. I think for sure he's going to take and go knight f5. Makes a ton of sense.
Very strong. Very strong, Chad. want to get bishop g5 to work, but there's a lot of complications. You want things to be clear when we make certain moves. How clear is it? How far can we get down the line? And is it comfortable for me?
Yeah, I'm happy again. I'm convinced Hikaru's gonna make the trade and then move the knight up. And even though you take this aggressive pawn and you take this defensive pawn, and when you make the trade, what has essentially happened is that both of those pawns died. I know technically the pawn that was there just moved, but if you look at the comparison, what we often say is that these two got traded off instead of saying that these two got traded off.
Yeah.
But the point of this is, even though your more advanced pawn trades for a defensive pawn for black, the key here is just how the white bishop is able to get this safe square, and how effective that bishop is when it cannot be pushed away, working together with the knight.
Really strong ideas here, especially with the knight. The better knight is a counterpart to a knight of 6. Not the greatest knight. It's not going to be a good knight, all right, for Benjamin. But this with this knight on f5 too as well, queen can swing over. This looks good. I've still got the bishop on a2
Oh,
as
he's
well.
not going for the pawn.
What did he do? He made a move?
Well, he moved his hand and he was about to pick up one of his pieces, but it was not the pawn that I am a fan of right now. It was not the C pawn. Let's go back to the position. I'm pretty sure he went after his bishop. Yeah, he goes for his bishop. Bishop to g5.
Bishop g5, yeah. Yeah, this was the move I liked a lot. But I mean, it's, man, you got to be clear. You have to be clear. There's a lot of stuff going on an A file, and like,
We didn't
yeah,
really find a convincing follow-up to the
yeah,
bishop just going back into defense, though.
that's right. Yeah,
But fair
yeah,
enough.
bishop g8. And maybe we just move from the bishop away from a2. After
Yeah,
that, like, and just to make a move, get away.
we just sit there.
H6.
And if the guy wants to try and trade bishops, we say no trade for you, sir. And then suddenly he just both of black's previous moves is just moving
Chess
moving
960.
to undeveloping the pieces.
Some type of 960 move. Bishop g5 though looks great. Benjamin on the move. 20 minutes left.
And a reminder that Benjamin has on average less than 2 minutes per move.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And he already spent more than 2 minutes.
And he needs to get to move 40. He's trying.
I mean, he's going to be down to seconds at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very soon,
It's
actually,
getting there.
I think.
19 minutes.
19 minutes for 21 moves.
Yeah. It's not gonna cut it. Not gonna cut it,
He
chat.
does get an additional
He's
30
moving.
seconds per move he makes, but that means on average now he has less than 1.5 minutes
Yeah.
per move.
Bishop g5 hits the knight. Be careful.
And he doesn't really have a choice here. Like, if he doesn't go back with the bishop, if he instead tries to move the knight out of danger, so he can move the knight, he can move the knight back. But then I'm like,
Yeah, just not a 5, right?
like, surely something is happening here. No?
Surely. It's gotta be.
But that's the kind of it's tricky trying to play chess without doing massive calculations.
Yes.
As a commentator, you're allowed to do it, but as a player, you're
You
like,
gotta calculate.
If you're gonna sacrifice everything on this side of the board, you better be sure something's happening on this other side.
You better be sure. No way back.
But actually, here, if the rook takes, then maybe I can go like
bishop. Oh, yeah, bishop f6 was my thought too as well.
Oh my god. Computer says bishop f6, bad move because of a queen sacrifice.
Hate. What? And this is like probably equal somehow.
Black has a bishop, a knight, and two pawns in trade for a queen. But the computer says if anyone's better, it might be black.
because they have all the pieces but a knight.
Yeah, and the pieces are working so well together, and there's a
Yeah,
lot of weaknesses in this diagonal.
that was nice.
Okay. Yeah, no, so accuracy still definitely needed. We can't just put all our pieces pointing on down the black king and think that's gonna work itself out.
Got to calculate some.
Um, which is my weakness, but Hikaru's strength.
Yeah,
So it works out.
huge strength. 17 minutes, guys. 17 minutes. He just had 19. It goes so fast, right?
How many minutes does he need to have left to have an average of 1 minute per move? I guess 10, right?
Yes.
When he has 10 minutes, he has no.
You need 10 moves. So it'd be 20.
10 moves, then he has 20 moves, but he gets an additional 36. Yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
10 would be
Forgot
a
about the 30.
one move. Oh, he does retreat his knight.
Knight E8. Okay. You just go knight F5. Don't even think about, well, maybe. Okay. We got to think about it a little bit. Knight F5, though, did look good. Knight F5. Maybe there's
Maybe we
something
just
missing there.
move the bishop again.
Bishop B3. Yeah, that's an easy, solid move. Solid. You don't have to think about this one.
Yeah. Probably that's just the simpler way of doing
No
things so that
counterplay.
you don't have to calculate all of this rook trying to exert influence down towards the bishop.
Yes.
Easy move, maybe a lazy move, but sometimes lazy can be good, right?
Sometimes, exactly. Lazy is, sometimes lazy is good.
Avoids some calculating, maybe not the best move, but good enough.
Hikaru back at the board.
There was a significant drop in the computer's assessment, though,
After 98 or 98.
after bishop up.
No. Interesting.
So knight up makes
I
a
love
ton
this
of
move.
sense.
Like, yeah, exactly. Knight
Yeah,
F5 just
but
seems
it's
right.
just that after pawn takes, now it's on. Like moving the knight up is a sacrifice of minimum one pawn, probably more.
Right. Trying to get the queen involved.
Yeah, queen or maybe
Bishop
even bishop.
E7. Yeah, that's
Well,
nifty.
bishop e7 traps the rook, but I don't like it because I want to use that bishop to give checkmate, not to
Right.
just take a
Think
lowly
of
rook because I'm losing
exchange.
a lot of stuff on the other side of the board.
Yeah, he's gonna get some material back. Should be fine. Level.
So this just seems wrong for white. Even if you do get the rook, it's like black's pieces come to life.
Yeah, we don't want to give him activity, right? So we want to keep everything under control as much as we can.
Which is
F5.
the appeal of the bishop just moving.
No counterplay, right?
Yeah, just
Trying to restrict everything.
he's trying to attack down here. Just move it.
No counterplay. Looks promising. There we go, chat. Exactly. Looks really good for our boy. 47 minutes on the clock to versus 17. We're up 30 minutes. Just under 30.
Okay, what were we looking at? Knight f5 takes and then
X, Queen
queen.
G4, yeah.
Computer doesn't like this. Computer says this is a big mistake on account of bishop back.
Interesting, because now you can move the queen. Whoa.
Well, now the queen is protected. So actually, by moving the queen here, we were threatening to capture the queen.
96, okay.
Yeah, because if the rook
47.
continues its capturing over here, knight h6, check on the king. Yeah, it gives away the knight, but it opens up between the queens.
Yeah, and bishop
Then
falls
we
on
lose a
D7.
couple of pieces, but we also kind of gain access
back.
to everything.
Good. But bishop c8 stops us, huh? Wow. So then that means knight f5? Maybe not knight f5 is no good, but queen g4 is not.
So bishop back stops this, but we still have our bishop f6 idea. The idea being that the pawn cannot capture because then the king will be in check. The
Knight
pawn
takes with
cannot
me.
move forward because then the knight will give checkmate working
Mate.
together with the bishop.
Beautiful.
And the knight cannot capture because then the knight removes its defense of the g7 square so
Mate.
that we can come in with the queen. And if the rook continues on the side of the board, now we have 1, 2, 3 on this pawn, so we take it. And then if he continues capturing, then we actually have checkmate.
Beautiful, mate.
So it sounds all good and dandy, unless you're following the eval bar, which is having a bit of a yo-yo moment, up and down, up and down.
That's the
And what
eval
the
bar.
computer says is that the only way to defend here for black, but it's also a winning way to defend, is bishop
Whoa,
takes
what is
pawn,
that? What is that move? King takes?
check,
What?
king takes. Then the queen can move, check on the king, and as the king moves, it has opened up for the bishop
Ooh.
to take the knight.
That's a dank. Ha!
Ah, that's
That
clever.
is a lot. Yeah, and then
That's
you can take the bishop on
clever.
f6 after. Whoa.
And if we avoid taking, then there's no queen check, but
Take
so the
rook.
bishop takes the rook. We take the pawn. We're ready now to give the checkmate,
How do we get out of this? Sack. Oh, you got a sack probably.
but he gives up the queen and then takes the
This
bishop.
is chaos. You
And
can't play
then we
f6
can
here.
take the black bishop. But at the end of all of these captures, black has a rook, 1, 2, 3 pawns,
Right.
and a knight in trade for a queen.
Wow.
And computer says black is slightly better.
This is why Hikaru.
That's what amazes me about top level
All right.
chess. It's like this chaos, and then in the end, slightly better.
By the way, we actually have some moves.
He did go for the lacy solution.
Bishop b3. Quick moves. Take. And now
Yeah.
black back on Benjamin.
Just it was unnecessary having to calculate all of that
Yeah.
when you could just move the bishop out of the way.
Like simple.
I call it the lacy solution, but honestly, it's lacy has some negative connotations, which I'm not sure this move deserves. It was just a solid move.
Improves my position. Bishop was on the bag. I mean, the file that was, the rook's on. So he just moved it. And my bishops is still good. And now we don't have to worry about really queenside pressure anymore, which is good.
And Mr. Benjamin, how are you doing on the clock?
Yeah, downtime, down a lot of time. Yeah.
Well, now he's making quite quick decisions.
Hmm.
Pawn to g6.
Okay.
So
Well,
he wants to
G6.
take control of the squares, which is understandable because those are precisely the squares the white knight wanted to use in its attacking plans.
Like it. I like it for white with the dark square bit. I mean, with the dark square
Really?
weaknesses.
I'm starting to kind of like it
black?
for black because what this move it both stops the white knight.
Mhm.
So if we're gonna fix this, it's the knight is gonna need a lot of time to maneuver.
Yes.
But also, this knight is now headed for the d4 square, which is a great square. No white pawns can attack it there. And this knight now is carving a path for itself to move up the board.
Knight g7. I was trying to see if I have anything with rook f1. That's gonna take too long. I want to go rook f1, king over, and f exactly. That might take way too many moves. I can move king h1, knight g7. No, rook f1, knight g7, king h1, knight e6. Bishop up f4. I mean, we also could like there's something here. King h1, then bishop h6, and then should you take on b5, open the bishop up, then f4.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean something. It's
Yeah,
something.
there's still the king is not super happy still. I agree. The black king's still
All right.
under
Under
long-term
pressure.
pressure.
Exactly.
But I do like this g6 move just in right now this knight went from being the biggest hero in Hikaru's camp to actually being
One of the worst pieces.
yeah, I mean maybe this rook is worse, but
Yeah.
like it's second worst.
Pretty rough night. But hey, we're fine. Is he? Yeah, there he is. Okay, he's back in his chair. I was like, is he back in? Okay, he's
How
here.
much time do you think he spent just not being
Walking
at the
around
board while it's its
like
turn?
15 minutes. 15
Minimum,
minutes
right?
minimum, right? He spent away from the board, guys.
And now I'm starting to think he's going to need that time. Because this game, I mean, I'm actually the least optimistic, the most pessimistic I've been for 2 hours.
Yeah,
Because right now, I feel like Black has a plan. And that was the reason Gledura was spending all that time early on. He wasn't managing to decide on a plan. But here he goes playing g6, having that control of the knight's infiltration squares, but also preparing to move his own knight up the board next. His position makes more sense
yeah,
than
yeah.
it did in the past, which in turn will make it easier to make quick moves. And we were kind of relying on him making a blunder, having to make quick moves in this next stage.
Yeah, there's some possibilities of almost sacking a knight on f5, but it's just not fast enough. Like it really does feel like tables are turned a little bit here, and then knight f5 he just takes it, queen h5, knight g7, or yeah, it's just not enough. It's just not enough.
I mean, if Black makes a mistake, then suddenly this attack becomes terrifying.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Um, but these sacrifices exist, but we need to get more pieces involved first. So maybe the
Yes.
queen up,
Yeah, three looks good. Knight
knight
g7, right?
here, and then bishop pointing in.
h6.
This
Can't move
looks
it.
very sensible.
And then rook somewhere. Maybe getting off of the f file.
Well, I can just go with the queen. No?
Oh, yeah. Queen f6 is nice. And then knight e6. You take the rook or no?
Well, I can maybe even take here and open up for the.
See,
I don't know. This seems scary.
still hope for
But
us to
at the
also.
same time, when we put the queen here, if we're not able to infiltrate, this queen is going to actually lose some time as the knight progresses to the d4 square, because then the queen is going to be a target for the knight.
Oh, we also get kicked away. Bishop d8 too. If the queen gets up there, f6, bishop d8, knight e6, then knight over to d4. Quite annoying hitting the queen.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can
Okay.
also see it in the time situation now, right? Hikaru was up more than 45 minutes on the clock.
Almost an hour.
Now it's down to 30 minutes. It's still a significant no. Once again, it's down to 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah, correct. Here, the time edge, but that time edge, guys, is good to understand. Having that time edge, we can use it as Hikaru is doing right now, trying to figure out the right plan. What's the right moves? How do we keep the initiative? Is it possible?
But I feel like he used his time edge without actually reaping any benefits from it. When in
Yeah,
fact, he spent a lot of time, but Black's position is looking better than in a long time.
Yeah, Black's position looks good now because of that G6 pawn. I mean, it's really annoying facing this pawn, and the knight can swing around the G7. Bishop on B7 still bad. We got a nice bishop on B6. Sending Hikaru into the think tank after G6. Still thinking.
If Hikaru ends up drawing this game,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think he's pretty cool and collected, but I would be fuming because both these games against Gledura, he's had excellent chances to get a win.
Right.
So I feel like he really well he both deserves and needs the win in this game because it can be so frustrating giving up your winning chances that it kind of it snowballs into your tiebreak performance.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, that we get this dub here, guys. It says it looks like a draw, but only 16 minutes. I mean, he does. He has 16 minutes. Benjamin does. We gotta keep the pressure up, chat. Let's get some energy. Energy. Spam the flower to give you car power, chat. Let's get some energy here. We may need some of that energy right now. So we can get this W and advance.
I mean, I'm not saying the position is equal.
Right.
I'm absolutely not saying that. But earlier, I was like 100% Hikaru's going to win today because he both had a promising position and a huge time advantage.
Right.
But
I'm with
now
it.
I'm not 100% certain anymore because I
Yes.
feel like Black is having some good plans and has managed to avoid the White Knight infiltrating.
And knight is pretty gross on G3 now. I mean, I don't have a move in the next few moves with this knight yet. I mean, it's just don't feel
So
that good.
I'm thinking something you could do if you want to be very kind of practical about it, you could just capture on b5. The benefit of that capture is that now Black no longer has a pawn
Okay.
to protect the d5 square, and then you could do something like I was thinking knight e2, and maybe like yeah, I'm not managing to
Something.
do it precisely the way I want to do it. I was thinking like bishop e3, because then we're attacking the bishop, forcing the bishop to trade. And I thought this trade could be beneficial for us because now we have a pawn to protect the d4 square, while Black doesn't have a pawn to protect the d5 square. And if Black then continued maneuvering the knight, I would be able to get
Get the
into this
D5. Yeah.
d5. The problem is Black here can go d5 themselves, and
Themselves.
we
Yeah.
we kind of weren't in time to maneuver our knight over.
Wow.
And if we don't go with the bishop down here immediately, if we first go with the knight, then when the Black knight attacks our bishop and we offer the trade, now Black isn't going to go for the trade because Black realizes if we trade, then White has control here, while Black cannot avoid this knight coming into d5 later on. But now Black has extra options such as knight d4.
He's thinking
Computer
really hard
actually
here.
likes this for White.
Bishop D5. Well, I like it.
This doesn't
I
seem
mean, not by a
convincing
lot.
for Hikaru in
Exactly.
my mind.
Exactly. It doesn't feel like anything's here, especially with this strong knight on D4. Take. 95, right? F5.
Something like this,
Mm,
it feels like it should be okay for Black.
it's nothing. Feels a little loose, but she's actually fine. Interesting. Yeah,
Computer
please.
eval just going up and
Up and
down.
down. Getting reps in today. Getting the reps in. 33 minutes, chat. We still have a lot of time.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was super convincing.
I think he
Someone was
realized that
mentioning
too.
G4 for the knight, that we could try and get the knight over here to the F6 and do
It's
a
gonna take
double
a long
attack.
time. Yeah,
It's a very long time.
yeah, that's the
But
big move.
it's not like we're finding anything better. So knight back. Black does their maneuver. We
Okay.
go with the knight up. Black continues their maneuver. And here, instead of moving the bishop that's under attack, we can go knight g4. The
Anyway,
idea
oof,
being
that's
that
heat.
after knight takes bishop, we have the double attack.
That's amazing.
This could be something.
No, that's some heat there. Knight G4, that's some heat. Knight G4 immediately. That's pretty good. It's pretty
And
good.
if the
Hikaru queen
bishop goes
c5.
back,
That's
we
kind of annoying.
still
Anyway, take
go
take.
with the knight.
Oh,
Double
the bishop
attack,
thing.
sure, we lose the knight, but then we get this amazing bishop.
Dark square is weak. Try to get the queen h6. Lights out. Maybe not, because we can't really dislodge the knight yet. Bishop takes e6.
Well, the thing is, the
F6.
knight wants to be on this square, right? Where it's being active and threatening things.
Right.
And then somehow we get this, like, make a trade here first so that our bishop is influencing. And then queen
Queen
up.
d2. Yeah.
Wow. So here, I just thought this was over because our queen is coming up to the h6 square and it's going to be checkmate with
Yeah.
the queen and bishop working together. And then the computer comes up with queen takes h3.
Whoa, that's a shot out of the blue there. What is
Wow.
that? It's the bolt out of the blue. Queen h3. Get
Queen
out of here.
preventing. Yeah, queen preventing
Ooh.
our plan. And if the queen gets
Ugh.
captured,
Ugh.
there's the fork.
That hurts.
Wow. Chess is quite fascinating. at
It
times.
is when they find
So
that
so
kind of
here white is winning, but white needs to go queen
Queen
c1.
c1. There we go.
We still get that queen up.
Queen c1. What on earth? This is why the move orders matter.
This is like Hikaru yesterday, right?
Queen c8, queen d2, right?
Hikaru was
I mean,
only
d7.
calculating queen d7,
Yep.
but had he gone queen c8 instead, he would have won the game.
It'd be a different game. We just trying to put. We were not playing for a draw, but a draw is fine for today.
Okay, I'm officially, well, I think in general, the since black played this g6 pawn to control the squares that we wanted to use with our knight, I think the knight needs to move. The knight needs to try and exploit the new weaknesses, because right now the squares it was aiming for is just covered.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, we have to like reroute is good. Knight f1 takes a long time, but I guess that's the move. Man, it just feels like you have more, but you don't right now. Knight f1, queen f3, and maybe taking on b5.
And the time difference down to 15 minutes.
Benjamin feels a little bit better. I mean, he was down like almost an hour. So he's feeling better, I think, from Benjamin, but still not out of the woods yet.
And it's got to be frustrating for Hikaru, like spending an half an hour more than his opponent in these last 3 moves and not having more to show for it.
I think was it Bishop G5?
People are saying Magnus blunder.
Whoa.
Do you want to go check that?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna let. Oh no, that's not good. We're gonna let Hikaru cook. That's the opposite of what we're wanting. But we're gonna check in with Mr. Carlson while Hikaru tries to figure out the new maneuvers. No, wait. Okay, we're gonna stay with Hikaru because he made a decision. He does go for the trade between the pawns on the queen side. The benefit of that trade is that now the black pawn is no longer controlling the d5 square. So after the trade, Hikaru is probably aiming for this square for his knight.
Yeah.
And that's precisely what he does. Knight f1, the knight coming in, going for that d5 square. We've also seen options where this knight kind of takes a detour over to the king side to try and attack the black king. So I think under the circumstances, this was definitely the best plan for Hikaru.
Very nice. He understood the process, what's going on. He also opened up the bishop too as well, which is good. So the bishop looks really nice. We don't have to deal with any problems on the diagonal. And then we go knight e3 next.
And then we can check in on Magnus's
See what's going on.
blunder. That's what people are saying.
Yeah,
Let's see if
Okay.
that's the reality. Computer saying Magnus is better, so I'm having a hard time believing the shouts. Maybe if we go
He
back
blundered.
one move. Ooh, if we go back one move, look at this. The engine was preferring Magnus's position. When he played c4, computer says, no, 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 white is winning. But the move white needed to play was pawn to g6.
Bro, what? That doesn't, huh? Rook check. Wait, what?
But
What is
then
this
computer
move?
also says it's over.
Oh,
That's fascinating. So
that is
basically,
fascinating.
this white pawn on g5 is a key defensive resource for black because the black pieces and the king in particular can hide behind the pawn.
Wow.
So what Aryan should have done is give away the pawn so that in the future he may have some attacking chances down the g file, or maybe so that he in the future can get the bishop in. First, he's going to move this knight. That's fair enough. But then what is the point? Yeah, rook g1.
Oh man, this is
Rook
crazy.
g1, and then you can go bishop g5, and then the bishop kind of establishes itself
That's just too
next
much.
to the black king. Whereas after what happened, now after knight g6 and the trade, Magnus will take back with the king, and the king is super safe.
Yep. And then
Well,
bishop.
the eval bar is suddenly making a.
Like white again? Where? Like what? How do we break through?
But
Maybe
at
bishop
least the
d4?
black king is super safe now.
Yeah, there's no way you get into that king right now.
You
Unless you have a
you
knight.
you want to have your rook attack the king, but your
Mhm.
own pawn is blocking your rook.
No sacrifices either yet.
Might still be better for white. Computer can't really decide because here it says king takes is the best move and it's equal. And here computer says
Oh wait, he's plus
white
one.
is much better.
Like what?
So the computer needs to decide. But yeah. Magnus under pressure. I think that's the key intel to get from this.
Yeah, this is hard. I mean, to play when you have to find these type of moves like that, like G6. No, he didn't find that, which is understandable. I mean,
But it
it's a
is
hard move to
important to
find, bro.
note, which Clang in chat asks about. Magnus did win game one. So even if he loses here, he's not eliminated from the tournament.
I didn't know he lost. He lost game one.
Magnus won game one.
Oh, he won game one. Okay.
So he's not facing elimination even if he loses this one.
Mm-hmm.
It will
Yeah, he
then
won
move
that game yesterday.
to a tie break.
Okay.
Okay, back to Hikaru. Hikaru just made a move. And that necessarily means that his opponent also made a move before that, prior to that. Gledura, we had this bishop. You were a big fan of this, Canty. That the bishop now has opened up the diagonal against the black king.
Right.
And black chose to move that king out of the way.
King h8.
And here Hikaru could have gone with the knight trying to go up to the d5 square. But then there was a concern that the black rook would get involved together with the bishop pointing down towards the white f2 pawn and the white king. So Hikaru chooses to first go bishop e3, trade off that bishop pointing down on the king,
Right.
And after the trade, then the knight comes up, and now we're headed for the d5 square. And crucially, we've managed to head for the square before black manages to counter find the good square. So now, if black tries to move the knight up to d4, Hikaru can go d4 himself. No, he cannot, because then the
Pawn hangs.
pawn
Take
is
e5.
unprotected.
Yeah, he takes b1.
Captures, but unfortunately,
Yeah. Nothing.
the rook is under attack as well.
Fortunately.
Chess is not easy,
Dang.
huh?
Yeah, man. It's just like, I mean, closer to another draw. No, I mean, as pieces come off, it will be closer, but is this live? Oh, yeah, this is live position. Knight takes
Yeah,
e3.
this is the
Okay.
live position, and the
This
computer
is where we
says
are.
black cannot go for this square.
Why is that here?
That is the big question, in my opinion.
Knight c7, like, that seems fine to me.
Especially
Oh,
if
yeah, we
white
could go
cannot move the
d4.
pawn up.
Hmm.
Computer suggesting rook c1.
So now
But then the knight comes to this d4 square, no?
yeah, we can't get
No, it does not.
how are we? I guess we have to take it if that's the is what they
Yeah.
use.
So
What? But then
computer
F
says
takes?
here everything is equal except one move, but that one move is super good for white. And that one move is simply just taking out the knight before it reaches the promised land.
Wow. It's more to Italian like now too. If pawn takes, you get that Italian structure we seen yesterday.
Yeah, but then at the same time, the pawn is protecting the d5 square, so we cannot get our knight where we wanted it to go.
Now d4.
If d4, then we kind of open up for the
We do open up for the bishop. We
Ah,
do
but
take
then,
e5 though, but
yeah.
it's something
And we
to
have
it.
pressure on the d file. Wow, this is like some very, very cool strategic ideas with the knight being superior to the bishop.
Yeah.
And Gledura doesn't go for this. He goes knight f6. So he wants to go d5 and make pawn trades. He just says, I'm going to prevent you from establishing one of your pieces on this d5 square.
Okay, that's strategic for sure. Now, okay, knight f6 happened, right? Okay, yeah, we just waiting on Hikaru. 28 minutes, 15 minutes up on time, 13 minutes for Benjamin. Where are you at? Move 26, 14 moves before time control.
Now Benjamin left the board looking at the other
What?
games.
Well, no, he didn't. He
The
did.
tables have turned.
Whoa. Benji thinks he's Hikaru. He definitely does now, Yolamico. Now, a lot of times when you walk around like that, it shows a little bit of confidence. I feel good about whatever is going on. We don't want that. We don't.
Hikaru goes queen d2. It was by far the computer's top choice. I don't really understand why. I guess maybe it's to prevent king g7.
Oh, because knight at 5 check. Whoa, that's
So now
pretty
if king
nasty.
g7, Hikaru can sacrifice his knight, allow the knight to be captured. But
Yeah.
that's why he placed his queen here, so that the queen can then do an attack on the black king.
Yes. Knight of 5. That's different.
But didn't Benjamin just want to go d5 anyway?
He did. He definitely did. I think at least I thought d5
What happens
was
if he
good.
just
Push it. Push him. Take. I think I just take on e5. Like,
yeah, there's a pawn.
yeah, rook e5.
So if all the captures, black opens up for the white rook, which is able to capture this black pawn in the center. And then Hikaru has an extra pawn, which can often be enough to win a game at
That's
this
it.
level. I
Exactly.
remember when I was a kid, I was like, the guy resigned down only a pawn. I never resigned unless, I'm down a
Yeah.
rook or a
Yeah.
queen. But yeah, a pawn can be enough at this level. But he can go rook e8. So queen d2, Hikaru played, and now rook e8. And then next move he goes d5. Is there anything Hikaru can do to stop that?
That's a great question. G4 might be too much. It's just too much. It's too weakening. Yeah, I can't stop this. I'll put a piece there, but like,
Yeah, but if you put a piece there, then black's bad bishop is getting traded off. Part of black's problem here is that this bishop is still struggling with the fact that it's pointing into a pawn protected by another pawn, which is a bishop's kryptonite.
yeah.
There's bishops can't deal with that. So anything that enables black to trade off this bishop, he's pretty happy.
Doing so. D5 opens up, liberates the bishop, and as well.
Yeah, so he wants to go d5 to challenge the white pawn that's blocking the bishop. And if successful, the bishop will just become much better. Ooh, there is a way to prevent d5.
What is it?
Computer lets me know about queen to b2.
What? Oh, you take everything and take E5. That is the only thing it looks like.
So black tried to increase the
Wow.
protection of
Queen
this pawn,
B2.
and then
That's
we
crazy.
just increase our pressure. And then
D5,
if pawn up, takes, takes,
takes,
takes,
takes,
takes. Oh, and now there's the additional problem of this queen pointing down on the king, which is actually creating some tactics. And rook e8 is on the board.
Oh, it's on the board.
So rook
Oh
e8, he
my.
does try and
There it
go
is.
for this
Yeah.
d5 pawn break, and now Hikaru needs to find queen
Queen
b2.
B2.
If
Come
Hikaru
on.
plays something different, I think Gledura is about to liberate his position.
And maybe we go on tie breaks. Queen B2. There's 10 minutes on the clock. We have 17 minutes here. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. AKA cook. Let's go. Queen B2.
Okay, this game is approaching its decisive stage, and both players are about to be low on time. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a break now while they still have some time left, while they still have enough time left for Hikaru to be comfortable walking around in the playing hole. Because I suspect in the next half hour, we're no longer going to see Hikaru walking around. He's going to be intently staring at the board.
Yeah, of course, he's going to use that time as he should here. He's up that time, 26 or 60 minutes. So, hopefully when we come back from break, it'll be like 6 minutes for Benjamin. That'd be nice.
So we'll take our break and we'll be back for the exciting finish in this game 2 of the match, the Chess World Cup match between Hikaru and Gledura. A reminder that if this game has a winner, the loser will have to go home. Right now, the advantage definitely in Hikaru's court, both on time and on the board. We're back with the Chess World Cup featuring Hikaru Nakamura versus Benjamin Gledura, and this game is heating up right now. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, together with me, James Canty, and in our little break, we got some crucial moves. Queen to b2, the queen pointing down towards this pawn on e5, but also the king in the corner. In order to avoid the king landing in trouble, Gledura moves the king out of the way. Hikaru follows up with a great move, pawn to f4, trying to increase the pressure on black's position, exploiting the fact that if this pawn captures white's pawn, the queen will then be involved in the attack together with the bishop, making the black king feel very uncomfortable. Instead, Gledura has played knight to h5, and the computers believe this is a losing blunder, that Hikaru now can exploit this mistake to win the game. Gledura also down to less than 9 minutes on the clock, and he doesn't get an additional 30 minutes until move 40, which is 11 moves away. So things are looking good right now for Hikaru, James.
Beautiful, very nice combination. I think the move here is just knight g4. Knight g4 is a very strong move. It hits obviously if knight takes f4, which is the intention obviously of knight h5, which is knight f6, easy. And if pawn takes, f4, we might be able to go knight h6 and knight f7 or something like that, or maybe even queen h8, but I don't know the follow-up after that, after like king e7, maybe just take on h7 or something. But I mean, this is just completely crushing here. So this looks like a win, chat. What do you think, chat? Energy up, because it looks like we're getting a dub here.
Yeah, no. And it's been a great game from Hikaru. He's put the pressure all the way, and there was a moment here where I thought Hikaru kind of had lost the ideas to continue the pressure, but I was wrong. I can admit it. I was wrong. There was still pressure in the position, even though some trades were being made. And Hikaru showcases here the benefit of this bishop. He had the bishop on the same diagonal as White's king pretty much all game. And now he's reaping the benefits.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the pressure built up there. I mean, on the time as well. Like, time is still that low time edge he had. I mean, huge. It was big, got smaller. The time edge counts. And now he's about to cash in, guys. This is definitely something that he's very, very, very good at, is when he spots if something's wrong, I'm going to figure out what it is now. So, is there any other moves? Maybe he could take on e5 too as well. It feels like I'm messing up the dark squares, so my dark squares.
Yeah, taking on e5 opens up for the black queen, so it feels wrong.
Right.
But it also opens up for the white rook.
I didn't see that actually. Rook f1. There's something.
So yeah, Hikaru has a difficult choice in that he has so many good options. Sometimes one of the trickiest things in chess can be deciding between 3 different winning moves.
Right.
Because you always want to play the best move, which is tricky when you have 3 good moves.
Yeah. You're following Hammer on X, James. You have X. You mean Twitter? I was like, wait, X? What the heck is that?
I was the same way. I didn't get it. But
yeah. Twitter. Yeah, I have Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm not really on there as much, but I mean, I have it. I have Instagram and TikTok. I'm on a lot.
Knight g4. Wow.
It's on the board?
I was just doing the arrows, but as I was doing the arrows, it also appeared in real life in Baku, Azerbaijan, where this tournament is taking place. And that is
GG. Look at the lean back from Hikaru.
Yeah, no, it is GG.
The lean back.
It's over. The pawn is under attack from 3 different white pieces, and Gledura, he thought that it was okay. He thought he could capture White's pawn. But as James was told us already, if the knight captures, the knight then leaves the f6 square undefended, allowing the white knight to come in with some nastiness, a double attack on the king and on the queen.
Wow.
And if the pawn takes, well, that's also bad because now the knight comes in, allowing the pushing the king away so that the queen may follow thereafter.
Hikaru
And this is
walks
just
away.
a devastating attack.
Hikaru, and not that he was already walking away in every game, but now he just walked away with more of a mic drop. You know this is over. You got 7 minutes to make a decision, sir. And this is over.
Well,
It's not looking
Benjamin
good.
has to defend this pawn, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking, what's his options?
He has to go queen e7 to defend the pawn, but then knight here is check.
Apparently that's
Ooh,
not
actually,
what?
actually.
It doesn't work.
Ooh, knight here is check and attacks the pawn,
How is this
but
wrong? This is crazy to me. Oh
king moves
wow.
up, attacks the knight. Yes, the knight gets to capture,
Yeah.
but now there's no longer the double attack on the king and on the queen. So now the black knight may capture white's pawn.
It's crazy. Man, I'm tactics. You could play D4 here still, but like this is not we didn't want this. We didn't want
Yeah,
this.
no,
So
and this knight is trapped. So
stranded.
this
Yeah.
just looks bad for white.
Okay, so let's go back. So where were we here? Queen e7. What do we do? Taking rook f1. That idea you looked at before. That's nice.
Yeah, or maybe even rook f1 first.
Immediately. Knight f4. What if he takes?
Maybe it's
Oh, he made it.
unnecessarily sneaky, but rook f1 is a
Ooh.
nice
That's
move.
nasty. Let's show that mate. That's a nasty mate.
Because if the knight comes in and tries to capture the pawn, then we sacrifice the rook.
The rook.
I need to work on that. Yours
The
was better.
rook.
I'll leave it
Respect
to
for
you
the
then
rook.
in the future. You give up the rook, and the
No.
point is that you want to just get the black pawn to go away from this diagonal, so that the queen may influence down towards the black king,
Mhm.
and then you come in with a check. King only has one square, and then the queen finishes the checkmate corner
Beautiful.
from corner to corner for that checkmate.
Excellent
And
checkmating idea.
and that's gonna be it.
Yeah, and rook f1 threatens to take and play rook f7. Yeah, he doesn't have him. He might even just resign. I mean, he maybe not. He might make one or two more moves here, but after yeah, you have to find a move first. Queen e7, but then that's just hopeless. Rook f1 is really strong. This could be the last moments of Benjamin Gledura here at the World Cup 2023. As Hikaru looks like he's about to advance. Chat, can we get some energy from the chat? All that spamming of the flower power. It works every time. It works every time. Shout
I
out to
don't
you.
think this position is jinxable, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna give it my best shot. Because the winner of this match, now looking like it's gonna be Hikaru, is gonna face the winner of the match between Pragnananda and David Navarra.
Like Prague's winning this one too. Sheesh. Yo, look
And
at your
right now,
king.
Prague is up a rook
Oh,
for
I didn't
a
see that.
knight.
Okay.
Actually, he's up a
Thanks.
rook and 2 pawns for a knight.
He getting crushed, but no, it doesn't seem like.
And Prague won the first game yesterday, so he only
Yeah.
needs to draw here.
Yeah, it looks like Prague might be moving through. I might see Hikaru versus
So
Prague.
Prague right now looking like
nice.
Hikaru's likely opponent on Tuesday. But let's see him finish up this game first. Gledura plays rook to e7.
Okay, rook e7. Let's calculate here. Rook e7. Is that not just? Oh, it doesn't work yet. Okay,
So it's
let's take on
offering
e5.
extra protection to the f7 pawn.
Yeah, we just take. Let's take on e5. Wait, what is it? It's just hey, thank you. Takes.
Take. That's a free
Then maybe
pawn.
even knight f7, rook f1 ideas. Jeez, man. I mean, knight f7.
And then we just go back and go for
knight
the
g4,
checkmate.
whatever you want, right? Finish him, it says chat. Finish him.
Okay,
Here it comes.
Hikaru
Take
does
e5.
take a recapture here from Gledura. And Hikaru can just capture this one and go back. What Hikaru wants to have happen here is removing this black pawn so that the queen's influence is felt down towards the black king.
Right.
So he just wants to eliminate the pawn and then go back to do the checkmating attack thing.
Yeah, he wants
Easy
this mate.
peasy.
Easy peasy, guys. Rook stack coming. Yeah. Come on, chat. We got it. We got this dub. He's not letting this one go. He's not letting this one go. So congrats. I mean, well, okay. You know, still has to finish it. Knight takes e5. Thanks for the pawn. Clean up shop. He might take on f7 or go back to g4. Let's see. 5 minutes for Benjamin Gledura here.
The queen comes up to attack the knight. Computer giving some wild knight takes pawn variation.
No, I definitely like
It
that.
feels unnecessary to me.
Yeah, and you know me, I'm just unnecessarily tactical for some reason. It's just me. It's just knight takes. I always look at that first, and then everything else later. But knight takes, rook f1, rook f8, rook takes, rook f1.
Well, computer says it's much, much better than the alternatives.
Oh, really?
And
Nice.
Hikaru is more your style of player.
That's correct. That's correct. Learn from the best. Knight takes, rook f1, and then
Takes. Now this rook cannot move because the
Mhm.
bishop is pointing towards the king behind it. Rook comes in, attacks the rook. Rook comes in, protects the rook. Rook captures rook. Notice this. When you have this sort of a pin, you don't want to give up the pinning piece. Even though the rook is more valuable than the bishop, you do go for the rook to make the trade because you want to keep this pressure. You're not ready to capture the rook just yet, and you're going to bring another rook into the fray. And here it's game over for black because black doesn't have any good way of protecting the rook. If you try and block with the knight so that the rook no longer has influence towards the black rook, we just take the knight. And it turns out the rook cannot capture the queen because we have this amazing bishop. What a hero this bishop has been.
Yeah. That same bishop that went to a2, back to b3. I mean, he just stayed on 2 squares the whole game, really. b3, a2, that whole diagonal. Something else happened. We have some moves.
He actually didn't play this. I'm surprised by that.
Oh.
He played my move.
Yeah, knight g4. I mean, knight e6 is coming. Dark squares are extremely weak. I mean, how do you even stop?
Oh, well, the thing is, he has to go g5.
G5.
Because he has to open up for the queen to defend along the 6th rank.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is also good, I think is fair to say.
G5, looking good. Looking good for us. Covers the h6 square. Yeah, we might be facing Prague there.
Yeah, Hikaru's up a pawn, and his opponent is having to make weird weaknesses, and the opponent's bishop is bad, pointing towards the white pawn, whereas our bishop is great, pointing towards the king. Yeah. Hikaru's got this one in the bag.
In the bag, chat. In the bag. Come on, chat. We got it. We're going to the championship. That's what they say when they win, but like we're not. We just going to the next round. But
Gledura does play this g5 move, but it's a pawn push of desperation rather than something he was happy to see on the board.
Yeah, for sure.
There is a white pawn under pressure though.
It definitely is because the king's quite weak. Mine is, or white's king's not the safest. There are some things to watch.
But the pawn cannot. I forgot. That's the whole point of this thing, right? The queen needs to protect. The queen can't really. The queen can't afford to capture this pawn because then we have this knight and queen checkmate working together.
Very pretty mate there. 4 minutes. 4.5 here for Benjamin Gledura.
So rook c1 is a good move, trying to get the rook to c5, trying to attack both of these pawns.
Yes, absolutely.
Rook f1 is a good move, trying to go rook f5 and attack both of these pawns.
I like both. Yeah, he's looking for the shot here. Maybe queen d2 as well. Well, that's knight f4. I don't really want that.
Queen d2, yeah.
G5, but I mean, he just brings a knight in, and
Rook f1 played by Hikaru. Good move. Putting
now knight
pressure on
f4.
this pawn as well as just trying to
Oh,
go pawn hunting.
Benjamin on the move.
I mean, he can't really do anything. He has to go like rook d8, right?
Rook d8, yeah.
Has to go for the queen trade.
Oh yeah, that is
But
kind of
then the
annoying.
rook comes in with the double attack.
Take everything. Check, check, check. Take. Something happened.
Okay, Benjamin played bishop c8. So the idea is that the bishop now controls the f5 square, meaning that the rook can no longer go there.
Rook takes. Rook there. Bishop e6. Knight h6. King there. Check.
I lost you.
Yeah, the same. Rook takes f7. But I'm just looking at it. Rook takes. Rook f1. Bishop e6. Knight h6. And then king f8. And I don't know if I check first or knight f7.
Yeah, computer says knight f7 winning, check not winning.
Whoa, check not winning. That is crazy.
I wonder why.
All right.
Oh, I guess at the end of this.
Take.
Check.
Check first. Yeah, there's nothing. Well, so I have to do knight f7.
Yeah, suddenly black is up a rook. I don't know how that happened. I guess you sacrificed the rook and I didn't
Oh
pay attention to it.
yeah.
But it was winning. It was a good sack. It
Mhm.
just got away from us there at one point.
See what he goes for. And you can also go the simple route too, maybe with like a rook f.
Yeah, computer suggesting bishop d5,
Bishop
which
d5,
looks
right? So many moves.
very clean.
Very clean, right?
Bishop d5 attacking the rook, and the rook will have to move somewhere. And then queen c1, double attack.
Yep. Like it.
That's good.
Like it. Looks good, right, chat? Looks great.
Everything should work here, though. And it goes to show the time advantage is not so much about how much of a time difference there is between the opponents. It's more about how much pressure is the guy with the least amount of time. Like you can have a solid time advantage having 10 minutes more than the opponent as long as the opponent like has 1 minute, right? They have 1 minute, you have 11 minutes. That's
Right.
just as significant oftentimes
Yeah.
as having like 90 versus 50.
Very good.
Because when they have 50, they're actually quite comfortable. Even if they're way down on time, at least they don't have to make like a very stressed decision.
Yeah. For sure here. As Hikaru, wait, did he make a move? What's the live position? Oh, Bishop C8. Okay. So it's still on him. Hikaru just figuring out what he wants to do.
And he has a lot of options. We talked about this earlier. One of the trickiest things in chess can be deciding between three extremely good opportunities.
Oh, I saw a hand flinch there. He's about to move something.
Okay, we have a guy in chat saying Fabi is losing. If
He's
Fabi
losing.
loses,
Wow.
he is out
Oh,
of the tournament.
oh, that's tough, man. World Cup is hard. Upsets everywhere. Abdul Satorov didn't make it. Then Dirov got kicked out. Shanklin.
I mean, in some ways, if I'm going to be cynical about it, very good news for Hikaru.
Yeah. He had a face by
So I read there's 3 spots for the World Championship qualifier.
I heard about that.
In this qualifier.
Yeah.
And if Magnus takes one of the top 4 spots, then I mean he's not going to play the World Championship qualifier. If he wanted to be world champion, he would be world champion.
Right.
So that means the final 4, as long as Magnus is still in it, all of the final 4, or the 3 non-Magnus of the final 4 qualifies. And then having people like Abdusattorov, who I think has been super impressive lately,
Absolutely.
and Fabiano, having guys like that knocked out is it's good news for Hikaru. I mean,
Good
it's
news.
not going to be the thing that qualifies him to the candidates tournament, which is the name of the World Championship qualifier,
Yeah.
but it's every little bit helps. If
Every
I'm
little
being
bit helps.
cynical,
That's right. Every little bit helps. We need that. You don't need to
MVL has also been knocked out. People are
what?
saying he
NBL's
can't.
knocked out too? Dang, man. All the heavy hitters getting knocked out here. You can't underestimate anyone.
Hikaru messed up. No, Hikaru's fine. He didn't play the very best move according to the computer, but
All right.
he's still up a pawn, and his opponent's king is seriously weakened.
And he has 3 minutes on the clock to make, 6 moves here.
Who's the strongest on Hikaru's way to the semis? Well, I mean, the next match is going to be a really challenging one. We think Hikaru will be facing
Right.
Pragnananda of India. And after that one, I think. Now I forget who's the next possible opponent. I'm gonna look that up.
Getting close to 2 minutes, champ. Getting close to 2 minutes. He made a move. What is that? Knight f4? He did. Knight f4.
So after Pragnananda, he may face Lekwang Liem, Ponomaryov,
Mm-hmm.
or Vityugov.
Okay.
And after that, he could get Erigaisi
Ooh,
or Rajabov.
really strong.
Rajabov is generally very good in these knockouts.
Yeah, Rajabov is an upsetter. I've seen him upset people.
Okay, knight f4
It's a good move.
from Gledura. He's trying to get his knight into a better position, but it's kind of inviting Hikaru to
To
go
just trade
knight
it.
d5 to just trade off this defensive knight.
This is very nice.
Because you're also attacking the rook. So
Correct.
you
Oh,
have
got
to
a move.
trade.
He did. He went 95.
And then the bishop comes in. And then you can move your rook up next. So the rook moves and then rook up.
Yep.
And then another
Ooh.
rook over. Ooh, yeah, no. I mean, Hikaru's only up a pawn, but it's just like he has completely free flowing movement of his pieces close to the black king.
Very nice.
So it's like, yeah, it's only a pawn, but how long is really that black king gonna be able to withstand the activity of white's pieces?
Right. Not for long.
So knight d5,
For
the
sure.
black defensive knight has been traded off. Hikaru now bringing his bishop into the fray. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. The bishop now attacking the rook. Gledura, he tries to trade off said bishop. That's
Bishop
kind of
b7.
inviting rook f6 or rook f5.
First.
Rook
F5,
f5 on the
dang.
board from Hikaru, attacking the
Fast.
pawn on g5 while also protecting the
d5.
bishop in the center.
Threatening
I guess
actually some
now
mates.
h6 needs to be. Well, he can't play h6. If
Rook
h6, then
f6.
the rook comes forward and has a double attack.
Yeah, this is over. This is
So
over, guys.
he can't protect the pawn.
Right. Yeah, you just can't protect the pawn. Wait. Queen h6? That's a
Oh, yeah,
strange
queen
one.
over here. Okay, so he has to do that. Queen over here and then rook here. Like
Oh, yeah.
queen
Yeah.
here,
They've been
rook
double up.
here.
Yeah.
You make the trade, and then
Mhm.
you get hit by another rook, and these rooks are
Ooh,
just
these rooks. It's a wrap. You can go
no
2 minutes.
I mean this match in general, like there was never a doubt.
Never.
Even with the black pieces, Hikaru was almost crushing Gledura.
Yeah.
And with the
Correct.
white pieces, it's just been a one-way show.
Congratulations, guys. You know, he just feels good. Don't you feel the love there at home, chat? You just know we're about to close it in. We're getting close to the win here. It just feels good. Yeah. And you might be like 500 out there, and that's okay. But you here today with us, and you vibing, and you're gonna see us win this game. Let's go. G6 played. Double the rooks.
I would think so. Ooh, but actually, he might be tempted to just move the bishop back to
Oh
preserve
yeah,
the bishop's pressure down towards the king.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see
Well,
that.
the problem is he has so many good moves; it's
Hmm.
difficult to decide between them.
Yeah, yeah. And having oh yeah, they might make time control. Well,
This is
his win.
move 38, people. So an additional 2 moves from black, and he will get 30 extra minutes on the clock.
Right.
But that just means that he'll have more time to sulk
Say Prague
looking
is
at
losing
his
now.
position.
I said Prague was winning that. Now he's losing. Prague is losing.
Wow, that's kind of good news for us because that means
Oh yeah, we're
we'll
gonna have to
have an
face Prague.
entertaining tiebreak
Yeah,
match
that's
to
true.
follow
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Well, yeah. Oh, it's 1-1, right? What? We saw a move. Oh, he moved the bishop back. Okay, bishop B3. Move it back. Double the rooks.
I mean, at some point he's got to just resign. Yeah, he resigns.
Oh, he
It was
resigned.
over. It's just the activity of White's
Oh,
pieces. It was too much to deal with. Congratulations, Hikaru Nakamura.
let's go.
He moves
Ah,
on to the next round. We'll
energy.
stay on the camera, see the guys maybe discussing the game a little bit, signing the score sheets, trying to see the mood. Gledura very rapidly trying to put the pieces back into place. Hikaru trying to discuss the game a little bit. Gledura says he should have captured the pawn on f4, which is correct. So I could see Gledura pointing at this f4 square. I assume they were talking about this situation when the Hikaru really put on the pressure, but
Right.
it was going to be a troublesome one for the Hungarian player,
Yeah.
regardless. So congratulations, Hikaru! You're through to the next round, and you will face the winner between David Navarra and Pragnananda. But there's been a turnaround. Last time we were in this position, we said this is looking good for Prague. He is up a rook and 2 pawns
Mm-hmm.
for a knight. And now he's up a rook and 1 pawn for a knight. So he's still up on material. Computer says the only acceptable move here for Navarra to win this game and take it into tie breaks. That's because Pragnananda won with the white pieces in game 1. So Navarra needs a win here to equalize. Otherwise, Prague will face Hikaru on
And the
Tuesday.
next one, yeah. Right.
And so we're looking at this position. It is move 35. That means the players have an additional 6 moves to make before they get an extra half hour on the clock. And both players are down to less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is that time issue is very important here. I think they actually had that yesterday with Prague and Navarre. There was closely even. I think Navarre got in time trouble, but ended up blundering that pawn.
Navarre made a blunder on
Oh,
move 40 in the last one. Here he makes a blunder on move 35.
so let's see why is this? Oh, it's not a losing blunder, but it is a blunder apparently.
He could have given a check, attacking both the rook and the king, and then gone with the
Then
queen
yeah,
up. No, Engine wanted him to capture the rook.
take.
and then go queen e3,
Yeah,
giving up the pawn,
that is
but then
crazy.
having a double attack. But the double
That doesn't
attack
even work.
doesn't work
What is
because
this?
then there's a double attack on the white king in return.
Wow.
What is it the computer wanted? Ah, queen g5, attacking along the side, but also having some threats down towards the black king. It was a complicated position. I'm not too surprised he couldn't figure it out, but probably the truth is he'll get more chances later on because this
Right.
is still critically dangerous
Yeah.
for Pragnananda.
Yeah, you gotta tread lightly here. It is definitely dangerous. I don't have the right checks yet. What about rook? Oh, rook
Well,
f4.
rook
Oh,
d8
get
is
mated. Shoot.
fairly obvious. I
Rook
guess
d8.
he'll play
Yeah.
that.
Yikes. I'm getting mated for this on this. Okay.
I mean, the point of this move, taking control of the d7 square so that the
Mm-hmm.
knight cannot go there to give a check.
All right.
Ooh, but pawn to d7. Look at this computer move. Giving
This
up the knight.
for
Because then you can take the rook. You sacrifice your own rook while the opponent is allowed to give a check on you.
Jeez.
But after the king moves, you're down a rook, but you're threatening.
It's a
You're not
puzzle
even
rush.
threatening checkmate. You're threatening knight to e6.
Oh, you are. Yikes. And you
Then
can go
rook
knight
takes, knight
e6
e6.
anyway. King e8.
Check.
Oh, this one's a draw though.
Oh no, the king escapes.
Unbelievable. Now he wins. The king runs to f5. What a disaster that would be.
But he could take the rook. The problem then is that he's
knight.
down 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Navarra. He's down 2 pawns, but apparently black only has 1 saving move. This is wildly complicated.
Here, Bishop f7.
And it's happening.
Like,
It's happening. Rook d8 played by Pragnananda, and Navarra sacrifices his
E7.
rook.
Oh my goodness. They going down this line. These boys, the fireworks are here, bro. Whoa.
Navarra giving up both his knight and his rook here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they hitting the tactics hard here, boy. Let him rook. Let him rook. Whoa.
Fabi drew. Someone was saying Fabi was getting knocked out. Now they're saying he drew in a winning position.
Did he win the first game? I don't remember. Did he win?
No, it was a draw. It was the
Oh, no,
mistake. He had the rook
rook
sacrifice
C6,
to get the
right,
new
yeah.
queen.
Yeah.
So he had a winning position, but messed it up.
Dang, that's the worst.
Fabi was winning, then he drew. Was he also losing? That seems like a bit of a game, huh?
I was winning, then I was losing, then
Bobby game up and
classical chess
down,
game.
and then very nice emote with the sirens.
Classical chess game. So,
Very appropriate emote use.
Brag. He didn't play.
Pride
He was
doesn't
like,
take it. Yeah, because he understood that if he captures all the pieces, he will still have problems with his rook.
look at
So
this.
instead,
Like
Prague
equal.
is going for the queen trade. And computer says that's a mistake, but it's easy to sit here with the computer and be the judge.
We have 4. Do I take or not to take? That is the question.
I guess queen c3 you consider. Queen c3 looks very tempting because you think the knight is trapped.
Oh, and it defends my knight too.
So he's gonna go queen c3. It looks like it's winning because the knight is trapped. But then Prague is gonna go knight b7.
Okay.
Sacrificing the knight to get rid of the passed pawn.
And then knight c4.
And even though Navarra gets a knight out of this, computer thinks this is okay for black.
I guess he has the extra pawns, and the pawns are separated.
Okay, this happened. So queen c3 happened.
Yeah.
And then Pragnananda sacrificing his knight to get rid of the dangerous pawn.
Boy, this is happening right now. These guys, they are going at each other. Knight b7.
Computer's actually saying white shouldn't take the knight. which is wild.
What? What are they saying to do?
Knight
Knight
e4 to
C4.
target the rook.
Man, what? This is bonkers, dude. Like, what? Don't take the free knight. Knight C4 takes
Yeah, no, that's
check.
just not
Yes,
gonna happen,
just
is it?
yeah, no, I don't think so. It's very unhuman like it.
Also, on the previous move, computer said knight to e4 was
Mm,
good for white. It didn't
oh,
really
it makes
seem
sense. Queen B4
obvious
check,
to
I think.
me.
Okay.
Queen c3 by far made the most sense.
Yeah, defends everything. Defends everything. Cool. Waiting on David Navarro here. He's trying to get this win.
I think Prague probably saved himself here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be down 2 knights, but the knights are not very good long distance pieces. And here, since there are almost no pawns on the board, the long distanceness is quite important.
Right. Okay. 97 on the board. Is he going to take or not? They're closely even on time too as well. Let's go. Let's go.
Interview asks Susie, yeah, we're staying on now until Hikaru gets back to the hotel. So we're hoping to get Hikaru in an interview within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Hikaru won the game and he is through to the next round. It literally says so on the screen.
Let's go, guys.
Maybe that was added after the question came in. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But we're now watching the match between David Navarra of the Czech Republic and Pragnananda of India. And the winner of this match will face Hikaru on Tuesday.
Okay. Okay. I wonder Prague or Navarra? I know I've seen Hikaru beat Navarra a lot. Prague, I haven't seen him play. I'm sure they play. Oh, I remember he got that draw when he was like 12 or 13, something like that. He was IM or something. I don't remember, but Prague got a draw Hikaru here, but times have changed. We'll see who gets what in this matchup with David and Prague. 97 on the board. He is thinking under a minute, under 2 minutes now. Where are you? Are close to move 40? Okay.
Yeah, I think Navarra just realized that his prized possession, the pawn on d7, is about to be
Has
captured.
to go. Okay. All right, chat. Well, Hikaru made it through. Feeling good there. You watch the rest of these games here. Is tomorrow a rest day? That's a great question. B Rice, too nice. I don't know.
Well, it's a rest day for Hikaru.
Oh, for Hikaru, it's a rest day.
So, oh yeah, and I've been saying on Tuesday, but that's incorrect. Actually, Tuesday is a rest day for everyone.
Oh.
So Monday is gonna be a tiebreak day, and then Tuesday is gonna be a rest day. And then Hikaru actually is not going to have another game until Wednesday. We should ask him about that. Is it good having 2 days off, or does that make you lose your mojo?
Right. Yeah. I mean, having the days off. Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, it's like up in the air. Sometimes you're in that stride, you're feeling good, but then you stop it. And like, oh man, you get back and you lose immediately, which is not something you like. Not something you want, but it does happen. Whoa, he got down to 3 seconds.
He does play 94.
Woo-wee! He going for it. David Navarra.
That was the computer's top choice.
That's right. It was, in fact. Takes.
Oh, but here's the idea. He's planning queen check to attack both the knight and the king.
And also hitting the rook on f6.
And also potentially preventing the rook from... Because now the rook cannot take the pawn because you're attacking this guy.
This is great.
Navarre is such a fighter.
Yeah, he's a very strong, creative. I mean, not attacking, but like, well, okay, he's aggressive. I'll say it. Seen him play a lot of aggressive positions. David Navarro. Bishop
Okay, so
e4.
the bishop had to take because this rook was actually trapped. This rook didn't have any good squares because all the white pieces were controlling.
Right.
So he needed to make this trade in order to give the rook
Oh
an
yeah,
escape
some room.
path.
Okay.
Um, and now apparently you have to take back with the knight.
I was wondering, did he take
He
with the rook?
takes with the rook.
I was wondering why it was wrong, but like, dang,
Yeah,
look at
I
the eval
didn't
bar. That boy
understand
going
that
nuts.
either.
Yo, this is just lost somehow.
Rook takes. So the queen has two choices. Well, three choices. Actually, four choice. No, it needs to keep the protection here. And it
Wait,
also
what?
needs to keep the protection here.
Yeah, I mean
So
that's just so human to
realistically,
take
the
with the
queen
rook.
only has two choices.
Okay, queen
But
g5 and
one of them,
h6.
I mean, this feels weird.
Right, it looks very weird. Queen b4 check actually
So
there. Queen
then queen
g5, queen b.
g5 is the obvious move, and it's also the correct move. And if
Um,
you go with the queen to give a check, the king can just move. Queen takes, and checkmate.
so there's something else. Then after queen b4 check, king g. Well, it's like, bro, I say -7. Okay, rook I mean rook e4. What
So
does black
Prague
do?
did find
Queen
the move
g5.
with queen
Okay,
g5.
maybe I could. Nope, that's a check. I was gonna give up the rook and then play knight e4, but that doesn't work. Knight e4, queen b4, rook e5. Play quickly.
Yeah, now you just lose your pawn. Check, lose your pawn, and you're getting checkmated.
Wow.
David Navarra is out
Oh,
of this World Cup, and that means Pragnananda not needing the tiebreak day. Both Prague and Hikaru gets 2 rest days
right.
before facing each other on Wednesday. What do you think about Prague? How do you feel the matchup with Hikaru? What's it gonna look like? Is it gonna be like a strategic people feeling each other out, or is it gonna be more like a melee, just completely going crazy from the get go?
I think it's gonna be melee there because Prague can play those positions very well, but also Hikaru does too. It's very sharp chess. Representing India there. He's a good opponent. And Hikaru is going to play his absolute best there. So Prague is up for the challenge though.
Prague will be his strongest opponent yet for sure, says Cool as Beans. And I guess that's really how these knockouts tournaments are designed, right?
Yeah,
You're supposed to get just more difficult opponents when you're the top seed.
right.
And if you're the bottom seed and you win, it actually gets easier and easier. No, it doesn't even get easier. It can get easier
Right,
once, but that's about
right.
it.
That's about it, bro.
Um, I'm surprised Prague hasn't taken this pawn yet.
Oh yeah, I forgot he made move 40, so
He made
he's
move 40,
I
sure,
guess that
but
time.
it's like there's absolutely nothing going on here, right?
Takes pawn. Boom.
If he tries to do a counterattack, you
Gotta be a check.
literally have
Yeah.
checkmate.
Literally mating him. Literally mating.
Okay. Prague decided to think about it. We are still waiting on Hikaru Nakamura. And Nakamura has made it to the next round. He defeated the Hungarian Grandmaster Benjamin Gledura today in very convincing fashion. We're hoping to have him join the broadcast and tell us a little about his feelings right now, both about this match and also the upcoming one against Pragnananda in 2 days. In other news, while we're waiting, we have interesting news from the other matches. Magnus Carlsen was in trouble there at some moment against his countryman Aryan Tari, but he
So,
does manage to survive and move on to the next round. One of the big favorites being knocked out is Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. He loses to the talented Uzbek Sindarov. Dukesh, another Indian prodigy, winning against Narayan, yeah, his countryman, to make it through to the next round. But we also have some interesting matches going to tie breaks.
yes.
Karana going to tie breaks. We're going to take a look at what happened there. People reporting that Fabiano was both winning and losing at some point
Yes.
in that match. Wesley So also needs tie breaks to try and defeat Jules Mazard. Vincent Kamer takes down Amin Tabatabai
Wow.
in what
Big
was supposed to be a pretty close matchup.
Yeah.
Kamer comes out victorious with 2-0.
Whoa. 2-0.
And we now are getting reports that Hikaru is very close to joining our broadcast. If you have any questions you want us to ask him, now would be the time to put it in chat. Hikaru, congratulations. Well done. What are your feelings on this game and the match as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a very good match overall. I mean, the first match was, I think, far more tense, both yesterday and today. I think I generated pretty good chances. I wasn't quite able to win yesterday, but today I did win. So it was just I thought I played a pretty good game today. I thought Benjamin actually he had to use a lot of time, but I thought he also played amazingly well for most of the game. And then it came down, it was kind of like a lot of games that Magnus plays where I just kept a little bit of pressure, kept the game going, and eventually Benjamin made a slight mistake. And it all kind of fell apart. Like, I don't know how good it was. Like, I thought I was doing great, and then I couldn't figure it out. I mean, I was up like 40 minutes on the clock, but I just could not quite figure out how to continue. I'm supposed to go C5? What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Like
no,
yesterday.
the computer is
That's so
wild
funny.
for that.
Yeah, you had Queen
Wait,
C8
what?
yesterday.
C5? D takes C5?
Queen
Wait,
C1
what?
like yesterday. Queen
Takes
C8,
back.
Queen C1. That's so funny.
And Queen C1, computer like.
Queen C8 and Queen C1 is like
Because there's some Bishop H6 or Knight F5 nonsense. Yeah, so I mean,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, but this is a bit too much. I mean, maybe if I was
Right.
Michael Tal or something, I could do it, but just sack pawns and play for some kind of attack. But this, I mean,
Right.
especially in a situation like this where it's an elimination game, I mean, to find this is, I mean, there's a reason we're not 3500s. That's just that's
Yeah,
actually
we did mention in commentary that was not going to
It
happen.
was too dank. It's like no,
that's
dank,
actually
bro.
really disgusting. Yeah, I mean, like in a blitz game, maybe I could find it. Maybe. I mean, like in a blitz game where it's like a casual blitz game, I could be like, okay, I'm going to try to play like Tal or something. I'm going to try to be aggressive. I mean, I could play like that or go Knight F5, Bishop H6 or something, but that's really, really nuanced. I mean, that's extremely deep. So,
Right.
yeah, I'm not 3500. What do people want? So, yeah, I mean, maybe that was the way to play it, but I thought what I did made sense as a human at least, and then I couldn't figure it out. I just really could not. I thought 98 was weird. I was expecting Bishop D8. I was kind of surprised by 98, but yeah, it was just somehow it's just very, very difficult. I mean, I don't know where what does the computer like here? It likes CB5,
Takes a knight
CB5.
F5.
Yeah, but CB5A takes B4. I spent a lot of time looking at CB5, but I thought he takes on B4 because if he takes on B5, I do have knight F5. But here, BC6, Bishop C6, and just knight F5 or something. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's very hard to judge. Very, very hard to judge. Like I had a feeling there was probably something like this, but if I'm wrong and I can't find anything concrete, it's just going to be all pawns on the king side, center of the board and king side. But
How
yeah,
is the
it's just
computer
like,
saying
yeah.
this is so good for white?
I mean, I don't even understand. Like, I guess it's because black can never go d5. You have a good bishop, bad bishop. But even this, it's like one of these positions where a computer says it's probably winning. And to me, when I look, it's like, okay, white's a little bit better, but big deal. Why is it so special? So yeah, I mean, this is really, really dank. Really dank. I don't think, I mean, If I have the option, it's hard to go for this. Hard to
Yeah.
go for this. Also because at this point, I'm up on the clock. I'm up like 25, 30 minutes. Like, I don't want to simplify the position if I can help it.
Right.
I was thinking you should take on b5 here
Yes.
before moving the bishop up.
Yeah, but the reason I didn't do this order was because after takes, bishop g5, I thought there's bishop d8. And then if I play, I don't know, like bishop b3, for example, I think he can play d5. This is what I was expecting, like bishop b3, d5.
Yeah,
And I'm still quite a bit better, but yeah, I wasn't sure because now black's
we
getting
were
to push all
looking
the
at knight
pawns.
f5 here.
Right, and after
'Cause now
takes,
you
takes
have
bishop c5.
Bishop takes.
Yep.
Yeah, a b4, bishop b4, bishop c5, and then what? Is there
we
some
just
queen
take-
c1
Takes
again
and
or
queen
something?
c1 is
Taken.
winning.
There's always some stupid queen c. There's queen
Right.
c1. Yeah, I didn't see this actually.
Yeah.
No, but wait, queen c1 g6? No, I did see this. Wait, g6 and then what?
Oh my god.
G6.
Okay, the computer's saying you take on f7. That's wild.
Oh, it's too much.
Because I mean, actually during the game I saw this. I saw g6, queen h6, knight e8, and then I didn't see anything. Yeah, I saw queen h6, knight e8, and then I didn't see a continuation. Or queen, I mean, maybe queen g5 is better. But queen h6, knight e8 is what I saw. And then I couldn't, yeah, I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I did see this, but yeah, to see knight h6 and knight f7, like 5 moves in advance, I mean, it's very, very hard.
Wow.
Very hard to spot.
No, yeah, we were very impressed with your game, and then here, right? This is I feel like the crucial moment. It just felt like it has to be good for you.
Right. I mean, like,
But
yeah, it feels like it for sure. But I mean, but the thing is also, like, I wanted to go I think knight f5 was another move I wanted to play, but I was never sure about these pawn trades, like even on c4, for example, because if black can take on c4, like, I guess here probably there's like something that's good, like, yeah, but dc4, I mean, then bishop, then ab4, like you always have to calculate all these pawn captures. It's not as simple as just like go knight f5, queen f3, and checkmate on the king side. So I mean, maybe this is still good, but that was actually the hardest thing, is that there were always these pawn trades on the queen side. But yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's very, very hard. I thought what I did made sense. I thought bishop g5 made sense. I thought it was thematic. Knight e8, like, I was very annoyed when he played knight e8 quickly, I think, because like I was expecting bishop d8, and so I spent all this time looking at bishop g5, bishop d8 with a difference of the cb5 included, and then he plays knight e8 quickly, and I'm already like, okay, why did I waste my time? I could have just played bishop g5 in 2 minutes instead of spending 20 minutes. And so yeah, I did this, and then I mean, I just couldn't figure it out. Was there still a way to win even later on here? I guess I should trade on b5,
No.
but what I did I thought made sense. What did I do? I played bishop b3, right?
Yep.
Takes. Yeah, and I was actually really happy to see him play g6. So I was very unsure whether I'm better after bc4, dc4, c5, b5. Like, I was very unsure if the structure is actually good for me or not. Because if black can get a knight to d4, black can even be better here. So I was very unsure about this. So when he played g6, I was very happy because it felt like a very passive move. And then I can fix the structure after cb, but even after I fix the structure, it's still not easy to prove an advantage. I mean, objectively, I'm better because the bishop on b3 is better than the bishop on b7.
Yep.
But I don't know how I'm supposed to prove it. Computer wants what? Bishop h6 and rook f1?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't very convincing here. Here we
Because
were struggling.
I mean, I also have to be careful here, because if black can get knight g7 and f5, suddenly I can end up in a lot of trouble too. Because then the bishops become very active on b6 and b7. So I mean, it's very, very complex. Very complex.
I think what you did at this point was pretty brilliant.
Well, I mean, I
Like-
figure I should reroute the knight somewhere. I was also surprised. I thought after knight f1, I was expecting knight g7, knight e3, and then h5, and I wasn't actually sure where my advantage is here. Like, it feels like I should be better, but the bishop on b6 is so good that even if I go knight d5 and I get the two bishops, at some point I think I'm going to have to play bishop e3. And I mean, maybe I can claim a small advantage at some point, like rook b8 or rook c8 or wherever. Rook a3 maybe. No, rook a3 might allow some queen c1, bishop f6, queen h6 with a lolly. So yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I can go bishop e3 here. Is this really good? I mean, I don't really know what the situation is, but I figure at any rate, I can't lose this, so I might as well just keep playing on. Yeah, and then he didn't do this. He played king h8, right? Then I played like knight bishop e3, which I think is a good move. And then he trades, he goes knight f6. And I think right around here, I thought this probably was very slightly better for white, but it should be a draw perfect play. I think this is where Benjamin relaxed. Like he had spent so much time defending the position, playing all the best moves. And I think this is where he relaxed after queen d2, and it just like fell apart sort of out of thin air.
Right.
Yeah, like here, I mean, it's tricky because you don't really want to play knight h5. But you can't play d5. Like if I get f4 or d4 and black doesn't get d5, then you have problems, basically. So yeah, I mean, I maybe here he still could have done something better because as soon as I got queen b2, and I had a feeling I was going to win the game. After rook e8, queen b2, and then king g8, and I mean, I don't even know if f4 was right, or I should have played rook f1 first. As soon as I played f4, I started wondering in my head whether I should have played rook f1. But rook f1 is actually better. Interesting. Okay. Because yeah, I just sort of played f4 on field because it felt like the right move, and I also saw that after e takes f4, there are two options. First of all, I have knight f5, which I don't know if this is great or not. There's gf5 and queen f6, and it gets kind of wildly messy after rook e5. So like this was option one. Oh, is rook e5 the best move? Oh no, it's not. Fe. Oh, it is. It is the best move. Okay, wow. Okay, so I was kind of calculating a somewhat decent level then. Wow, okay. Not bad by me. But what I also saw, instead of playing knight f5, is that I also can just play, I can also just go queen takes f6 instead. fe3, rook e3, d5, and like queen d4, for example. Or rook f1. I mean, I don't know which one's better, but let's just say queen d4 followed by rook f1, the double stack on the f file, maybe the legendary triple stack, rook f1, rook f3, queen f2. And I mean, the bishop on b3 is always better than the bishop on b7.
Looks great.
Like, I don't know. I mean, if this is actually great, but just like the whole point, just to illustrate it. Yeah, like queen f2 with the triple stack. And I mean, it's funny. Computer says this is zeros, but to any human, you look at this position, you're like, you're mortally afraid of this position with black. Yeah, it's like this is like zeros, typical computer nonsense. But I saw this too, and so I was like, okay, whatever, you just go from there. But yeah, he didn't do that, and then he played knight h5, and after knight g4, it just completely falls apart immediately.
Nice.
Yeah, the rest was straightforward.
Right.
Yeah. So your opponent in the next round is going to be Pragnananda after winning a bit of a chaos game against Navarro today, where he was losing, but he was also winning during the course of it. What's your read on Prague, and what kind of match can we expect?
Well, you know, one of the funny things, I was actually thinking about this last night a little bit, is that of all the Indian juniors, Prague is probably the only one who I have almost never played. I played him a few years back, I think 2018 or something, pre-pandemic, when he was much weaker. But like, I haven't played him. Like, I played Pranav, I played Raunak Sadhwani a bunch of times online. Of course, I played Gukesh and Nihal also a bazillion times online. But Prague, I've like never played him online. I only played him once, I think, when I was in India this past November, or not past November, it was like nearly a year ago. But I actually like, I've never played him. Even the Champions Chess Tour, he played events when I wasn't playing. So I don't really have a very good read. Obviously he's a very strong player. I think he just recently crossed 2,700. I think he probably blew by it with these two wins in this match. So obviously strong player, dangerous as always. But at this point in the fourth round of the tournament, I mean, expecting to play someone who's not very good is like, that's just weak sauce in my opinion. If you're really hoping for that, you're just like, okay, I want to get some 2,600 in the fourth round. Like, I mean, be serious. You're gonna have to play someone good. So yeah, like I don't really think about it from the standpoint of like, you know, I'd like some other opponent. I mean, anybody that I play at this point in the event is going to be very strong. So it's going to be exciting. It's good that I get 2 rest days rather than having to play tomorrow, because obviously I'm like twice his age or something. So it's nice to at least get a rest day tomorrow, which should help a little bit. So
yeah,
it's good.
So that was going to be my next question actually, because now you get a rest day since you don't have to do a tiebreaker. But then everyone gets a rest day on Tuesday. So having 2 rest days in a row, is that positive, or could it be negative in terms of kind of losing some of the momentum in the tournament?
Well, I mean, I think that in general terms, I feel like I did not play great in the first match. Now, to be fair, my opponent played very well, and I didn't quite get the same kind of positions that I got in this match against Benjamin. So it's hard to judge, but I feel like I'm playing better. So I feel like normally at the start I'm a little bit slow, and I think a lot of other players as well, kind of a little bit slow. So I don't think it changes anything. If anything, I think it should help me just more time to prepare and get ready. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that the rest day tomorrow it's Monday and not Tuesday, because I'd much rather go back to my real job and play Title Tuesday, the real event, not this stupid nonsense here in Baku. But at any rate, it is what it is. So so yeah, like I don't think I don't think it can be bad for me. Let's put it that way. I don't think it can be bad. And I mean, another thing also is, like, I haven't really spoken much about this, but I would also say that up until today, I've actually basically been struggling, like, with diarrhea or food poisoning or whatever every single day. So it's been a bit of a struggle. Today's first day where I kind of, like, I felt relatively okay during the game. So it's been a bit of a struggle, and I think from that standpoint as well, it's good to have a couple of days off.
Yeah, 2 rest days sounds amazing in that case to recover and gain full strength. You mentioned preparation, and we also had someone in chat here
Hmm.
ask about this variation because they noticed it had been previously employed by Nicholas Huschenbett. And you did say earlier in the tournament that if Nicholas or Sam got knocked out, unfortunately both of them did, you would
Yeah.
consider having them join your team. And the question then becomes, did that happen?
Well, I mean, this was some recycled prep from the candidates, so it wasn't anything new for today specifically. It was something that I had looked at in the past. But yeah, I mean, Sam, I haven't spoken to. I assume Sam's off on his own planet right now and just very, very unhappy. I did speak to Nicholas a little bit yesterday, but of course he did go back to Germany. So, I mean, it's definitely something that I looked at with him, but it wasn't something specific to today's game. Something that I had from the past.
And finally, before we let you go, Hikaru, this so still on the topic of preparation. Um, Now, when you're having 2 days in a row to prepare, do you solely focus on Pragnananda, or do you even look at some of the potential openings that could arise in future rounds?
No, I mean, you can only focus on the current match. I mean, looking ahead is never good on principle alone. But yeah, I mean, you just focus on the next match. If you make it through, you make it through. But the notion of thinking ahead to, like, whoever I would play after Prague, that's just stupid. I think you do anytime you start looking ahead, bad things seem to happen. So no chance that I'll be looking at who I'm playing beyond Prague. I mean, my focus is on Prague, and that's it. So yeah, just no thoughts about, like, I don't even know who I would play if I beat Prague. I actually have no idea. So it's just, yeah, it's not even on my radar. I just focus on my next opponent, and if I make it through, then I'll focus on the next opponent.
Great mindset.
Do you have any questions you want to ask, James?
Oh no, it was actually a good. We were going to ask a question about the food, but then we heard about the poisoning here, so it was like, oh yeah, you know
I
what?
Food
mean,
not
the food
great.
the food has been objectively fine. It just hasn't sat well with my stomach. But I mean, I
Yeah.
know it has to be local, because I mean, I was eating very, very similar food in Turkey for like 4 days, and I felt great. So
Right.
like, I don't know, maybe now the Azure organizers will get mad at me for saying that, but it's simply the truth. So
Hey, that's
yeah,
the
I mean, the
truth.
food's been completely fine. Just for whatever reason, it hasn't. I mean, it hasn't worked for me.
Well, you in good spirits. You won today, man. So you get to take your rest. What you gonna do in your rest days? Besides prep, obviously.
I don't know. I mean, like, as I said, if tomorrow was Tuesday, I would 100% just stream and play both Title Tuesdays, get back to my real job. But
Mhm.
unfortunately, it's Monday, so I'll probably just take the day off, relax,
Nice.
maybe just go into the city a little bit. I mean, it's somewhere that I've been many times. It's actually It's kind of interesting being back here because from this hotel, or even if I just walk a little bit from where we're at, I can see the Fairmont Hotel, which is the Fairmont Flame Hotel here in Baku, which is where I stayed when I played the World Cup in, I think it was 2015, if I'm not mistaken. But also from here, you can, if you look down across the Caspian Sea, or you just look down the sea walk, you can also see the playing site where we played the Chess Olympiad here as well. And I think it was 2016 where the US actually won the gold medal. So it's kind of a bit of a like trip down memory lane on some level, but I'll probably just go out, enjoy myself, and then Tuesday just prepare. Obviously, I'm not going to play title Tuesday, but I wouldn't be shocked if Magnus does play. Let me put it that way.
Okay, thank you for answering all our extensive questions, Hikaru, and have some nice days off. I know you'll also want to spend some time now making your recap for YouTube. So if you're not already subscribed to YouTube, Hikaru's YouTube, you're gonna want to do that because he makes recaps every single day.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys.
Ooh, all right, man. See ya.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. So that was the man himself, Hikaru. Obviously, very happy about how things turned out today, James.
Yeah, he's happy about it. He's always like, yeah, get back to my real job. I might be world champ, but I mean, hey, I'm a streamer first, right? So it's very good to have him in good spirits here. Of course, sorry about the food there, but the food's good, but he seems fine, so that's great. It's been awesome. We see the win live, and he moves on to play Prague next. So it's good stuff.
So we have had a lot of requests in chat to check out the Karana game. And reportedly, Karana was both winning and losing during the course of this game. And in the final position, Fabiano made a draw. And apparently, look at this. Fabiano could have sacrificed his queen to avoid a repetition of moves.
That is a hard queen sack, though. Like, I mean, take. What's my follow up? Knight f4.
So
bishop
here,
d6.
Fabiano would have a rook and a bishop in return for the queen.
Not that easy.
But then rook e8 attacks the knight.
Oh, how do you defend it?
And if the knight moves...
Yeah, bishop f3. Whoa, man, that's sick. How much time do you have for this? 5 minutes? Okay. Understandable why he could take a draw here, because if he's wrong, you would lose, maybe. But, I mean, man, Fabi does calculate. This is nice. It's still kind of unclear, but...
I feel like oftentimes you're influenced by things that have happened previously in the game.
No, 100%.
So someone was saying that Fabiano was losing earlier. I feel like when you've been losing earlier, you're just so happy to not lose and be knocked out of the tournament. And so you just go back and forth.
Take the draw. You're like, you know what? Look, stop the bleeding. I've already messed this up before. I don't want to mess it up again. And just get out of there. Oh, look at this game was crazy, bro. Bishop c4, rook g6.
Rook g6 is exploiting the bishop's diagonal down towards the king.
Yeah, Mustafa is very aggressive, bro. He is very, very aggressive, relentless player. I like his style.
Wow. So computer is saying, rook takes pawn.
Doesn't make sense. Knight g3 and queen takes.
It sacrifices the rook.
Right. And then...
But then you continue your attack? It was not easy. I think both players had winning moves, but neither winning move was like super obvious.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously Fabiano realized that he was in big trouble during the course of this game, and I do really think that influenced his decision. He didn't really have much time to turn around either. Look at this. Both players were down to 10 minutes in this moment where Fabiano was in trouble. Right. And then like just a couple of moves later, It's
A draw.
actually literally like 3 moves later. They're in a repetition going back and forth. So I think also he just didn't have time to reset his kind of negative frame of mind, and he was very happy to get a draw, given that the situation had been so dire not too long previously.
Yeah, that's I mean, having that, oh, I'm almost out. I'm almost about to lose, right? You know, like if you lose, you're gone home. So you have to like, take it as it is. I may be winning, I may have lost, but it's over. Now we go to tie breaks here. I think they go to tie. Yeah, they go to tie breaks now. So that would be,
Yeah.
yeah, it'd be a tie
So
break.
they made a draw in their first game, which
Yeah.
means a draw here as well puts them into the tie breaks tomorrow. No double rest day for them, but like
Mm,
everyone, they will get a
yeah,
day off
at
on
least
on
one.
Tuesday.
It's good. Nice little rest, recovery, come back stronger, hopefully.
We will be continuing to watch the games still going on. Actually, among those games still going on is David Navarra
Is
against
this game
Prague.
still going? Oh, snap. It's like,
We
yo,
I
Prague.
Yeah, I kind of said it was over once Prague
Same.
managed to take out that
Oh,
white
man.
pawn, but Navarra not resigning just yet. He is down a pawn and a rook in exchange for a bishop. And he also needs to win this game. A draw is not sufficient. So, yeah, Prague presumably going through and will be Hikaru's next opponent. But yeah, we'll follow this game out. We'll also follow maybe a bit more competitive tense games still going on. But first, we're going to take a little break. Hey everyone, we're back with coverage from the Chess World Cup, and the news from Baku, Azerbaijan is that Hikaru Nakamura has qualified to the next round of this event. He defeated Benjamin Gledura of Hungary to make it through. And in the next round, he will be facing the winner in this match I have up on my screen between David Navara and Pragnananda of India. And Pragnananda did manage to win the first game of the match yesterday with the white pieces, meaning that he only needs a draw here to conclude the match. But according to the computer engines, he has a winning position. And so the question becomes, is Prague gonna go here for the knight, repeatedly attacking the white king in order to secure the draw and the match win? Or will he, on account of the computer's feeling he has a plus or -5 position, will he then try and find the win to get those extra rating points? I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, together with me, James Canty. And James, what are your feelings? Do you think Prague is going to take the draw here, or will he search for the win, getting those extra 5 rating points?
I would like to actually get the draw just to get past. I mean, hey, look, this is about getting to the next round. So the little 5 points or the little 2, 3 points that I might lose here for being high rated on the draw, maybe 5. Like, it is what it is. Hey, I won some already from this match from the last game. I can give those back. It's all good. At least I'm passing and I'm going to the next round, which is important.
And it seems like Pragnananda agrees with you, James. He repeats for a second time, giving a check on the white king with his knight. And if this knight now retreats to give a check on the king again, which according to engines is the only acceptable move, then this game should now become a draw. King h3 from Navarra, and then knight f2 will be the third time that situation arises, in which we use the special chess rules, saying that if the position repeats itself 3 times, the game is declared a draw.
Yeah, it's time to get out of here. It's time for me to actually, Pat, go to the next stage and the next round. Shoot, I'm not gonna play around with that. So blunders happen, or like nerves, or just anything, right? Hey, you know what? I'm clinching the match right now with a draw. I'm gonna do that, and then get some rest. You got 2 rest days coming up, stuff like that. So be ready to face Hikaru. In fact, you're gonna need all the rest you can get for that.
I'm just gonna check what the computer says he could play. Okay, so he doesn't go for the draw.
Wow. He wants
So
those extra
computer
points.
says the only winning move is queen to d3, and that's precisely what Pragnananda does. The queen now giving a check in on the king, trying to force the white knight back into a defensive positioning. If the pawn blockades this check, then the queen will infiltrate in behind, and then you sacrifice your rook, but you manage to win the white rook afterwards.
Yeah, you also have rookie 2 coming down, mating and stuff like. Yeah, that's so funny. It's like, yeah, and then you have to like, yeah, that's the rook after G. That's just insane. When I'm lower on time. I'm gonna just go to the next round as well. What happens on knight G3?
Yeah, so knight g3 is the critical move.
Rookie
Here,
3?
Prague could do the repetition to make a draw still.
And rookie 3 doesn't work at all.
And the computer was saying that knight f6 was good, but then this looks, I don't know. I guess it's not sketch because you can cover with the queen coming back.
Ooh.
So that's actually pretty straightforward.
Mhm.
Knight back, straightforward. Computer recommending knight check and then rook over to go after the knight. And
Yeah, because there's only one check.
if check,
Just
I
king
thought
seven.
maybe you would block with the rook, but apparently that's a really bad move.
Just king g7.
But you
should
can
be
move
good.
your king, and yeah.
Yeah. I think he noticed that maybe with some analysis when he was like thinking, he was repeating, but he also was thinking on that time and saw the geometry there that it's only like one check really, like rook h8 check to worry
So
about.
Pragnananda, who was like he was the lowest rated of the Indian prodigies for a very long time. He has catapulted up the rating lists, and I can see why he wants the extra 5 points here. Because those 5 points is the difference between the 27th place in the world rankings he holds right now. But that 27th place is actually going to be 23rd when he completes this victory.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm trying to, I'm leveling up. I need to level up in the world.
And Arjun Erigaisi, who did hit 2,700 well before his younger compatriot, Erigaisi is about to drop out of the 2,700 club.
What?
So I think we're
Dang.
gonna say that Prague
Oh.
wins this. I already said it like 3 times, but this time I'm for real. It's gonna happen. And we're gonna drop by Aryan Erigaisi, another very talented Indian player, who with a draw here. So with a draw here, he will lose 0.5 rating points, and right now he's on 2,700.3. So with a draw here, Erigaisi actually
crazy,
falls
bro.
below 2,700.
That's
That being
ridiculous.
said, he should have good winning chances here.
He's playing black. Yeah, with the bishop pair, I got the 3. They're on the same side. We're gonna try to make something work though. I do have the bishops. Should be 1 check. It's coming. That's a strong check.
For some reason, the computers really wanted white to go pawn to f4, which
F4.
just makes no sense to my mind. Instead, he goes for the reasonable solution of trying to trade pawns when possible. But in doing so, he has ignored Fedoseev playing with the white pieces, has ignored the threat to his knight, and the computer is now saying black wins if you take the knight.
Wow, who would have thought? Just take the piece, bro, right? No, but this is it's harder than that, obviously.
Yeah, so takes,
and
now king here is the only winning move.
Dvoretsky. Check.
Check. Bishop back covers the pawn, but then we have another pawn.
Push. Push. Queen. Queen. Check. Oh,
And
bishop
no matter
mate.
where the king goes,
Oh,
it's
man.
checkmate with the bishop next.
The bishop. Ooh, that has some heat. That
Very
is
nice.
so nice.
So that's a 10 move variation that needs to be calculated now.
Right.
But I think he's gonna do it.
He has enough time.
It's straightforward enough. It's like, yes, it's a lot of moves to calculate, but there are really no alternatives at any point.
Right. Exactly. So it makes it easier to calculate the longer variation.
Yeah, and normally a queen and bishop against a queen is a draw. But the difference here is that the king is kind of trapped in the corner.
In the corner, yeah.
Had this king been, up here, this would be an easy draw.
Easy. But unfortunate.
But that, I mean, it's so easy that honestly, I feel like Fedoseev should have seen this as well. Maybe he just thought his position was hopeless at this point.
Yeah, and instead try to create some type of imbalance here.
Yeah.
Hoping that maybe he can capture all the pawns while giving up a piece.
So the computer was saying this is okay, but it doesn't look okay.
Ooh, bro, let's drop the pawn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, the bishop. That. Yeah, the tricky knights, boy. Whoa. That's hard. King. What? Oh, push, huh? Take?
No, I'm just following the engine.
Oh, you
Don't
saw
think
that.
that this is me.
19-3 takes.
Well, if you take this one, then engine says this is winning because the two pawns are working together.
Bishops.
But engine says bishop d6. And then you take this pawn instead, and it's a draw.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it was very, very, very sneaky and tricky and unhuman.
Easily.
But a saving grace did exist in the position, whereas just taking this pawn, like Fedoseev now did, is
Mhm.
just very straightforward losing. Or maybe he's planning to take this guy.
Oh, right now. That's
Because
different.
now if we trade,
No, it's gonna be hard to win, obviously, but it should be
no, because
winning.
now the king is so close, so the king just stops the pawn.
Oh, and we go bishop.
Because
Yeah,
in the other
bishop back.
variation, the king was too far away, right? So here the king couldn't run back, because then white would get the black pawn.
All right. Put the bishop back on c6, stuff like that. Yeah. I'll cover everything in some lines.
And get that last
Draw.
pawn. Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't understand his idea. Did he forget that his knight was
Knight was
under
angry.
attack?
Oh man, like you get startled. Oh my goodness, at the board.
That has happened to me. That has definitely happened to me.
When you jump, you're like, whoa, what? Did not even know you were doing that.
Recently, I gave away my queen for nothing because I had this idea that there was a check. It was,
Oh.
I don't know. How many 2,700 Indians are there? That's a good question. So Erigaisi, Harikrishna, Pragnananda, Vidit, Gukesh, and Anand. That's
Wow.
wow.
It's a list.
That's a country that in 1990 I think they had like 2 grandmasters.
Right.
And now they have more than 100.
6, 7, 2700s.
So in India's progression in chess has been surreal.
Yeah.
And I don't know, number one, if this is insulting, but I think it's factually correct. Almost all of the Indian chess players are from Tamil Nadu. Like
Oh, really?
maybe not all, but like a big chunk, a clear majority is
It's over
from
there.
one state. I mean, it's much bigger than U.S. states, right? But
Right.
one section of India, and it just goes to show how much the Indian chess boom has to do with Vishy Anand.
Yeah.
So it's like his home turf. That's
Wow.
where all the great
That's where
Indian chess players
chess
are
is.
coming from.
Chess goes down over here, guys. This might be just a resignation. Bishop take d4 check. He's in a think tank.
And yeah, so we do believe Erigaisi is going to win this game, and that will keep him above 2,700. It will also make him progress in this tournament. These two players made a draw in their first matchup, which means the winner here, presumably Erigaisi, will go through to the next round.
Big win.
Sorry?
No, it's a big win for him.
Yeah, huge. We're going to stop by another one, another player making waves. It is Daneshvar, who we looked at when he was playing against Alexander Grischuk on the tiebreak day 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And he actually managed to defeat Grischuk.
Oh, that's where I remember seeing his name. I was like, I remember seeing him. His name.
And now he actually, with earlier, not too long earlier, here he was completely winning according to the computer engine. if he had played the move rook b6, trying to aim at this c6 pawn.
Okay.
Against Salim Saleh, the top player from
Dubai, UAE.
yeah, from the United Arab Emirates.
You-
And this is important for Danishvar to win because he actually lost
Oh,
the
the
first
one?
game of this
Oh,
match yesterday. So
okay.
he needs a win here to get into a tiebreak.
3, 4, 5. Everything's even. I like white slightly, but black's definitely very active.
According to the computers, queen to
E4.
e4, giving a check and trying to go for the queen trade,
Trade them.
is the only acceptable move for black. Which makes sense, because right now white is trying to go rook e3.
Okay.
So if black does a nothing move, rook e3 just trades off with white having this extra pawn on the side of the board,
Pass pawn. Looking
able
good.
to just go become a new queen.
Yeah, we're trying to queen, obviously. This is the whole goal, right? It's trying to queen, but we need to trade and get this pawn rolling ASAP. But keeping black limited. Queen e4. Wow, that's a draw.
So queen e4 will have
Let's
a
take.
trade.
Take. And rook d2.
And then this pawn cannot run away because then the rook
Yeah.
will stop it.
Rook b6. I mean, he takes. Okay.
So rook b6 is being advocated. But then rook d2 aims at this guy.
Take. And then moves up. Rook or something.
But where?
And rook d. Yeah, that's a good question.
So rook d6 is being recommended. I guess it's because you want to take another pawn.
That's right.
And then black tries to take this pawn. We
I
take
take,
that
you take,
guy.
and then I take. I attack again. See if trying to take
And
pawn.
apparently the computer says this is winning. The
Oh.
rook can both protect the pawn and attack the opponent's pawn. And then you just spend a lot of time trying to get this king around.
Okay. Plan set.
Tricky.
Plan set action.
Tricky.
Oh, is
Okay.
that on the board?
Queen
Is that it?
e4 on the board, but
3 blocks.
it was not captured.
Wow. Blocks it.
So rook f3. So white doesn't want to capture because then black doesn't need to have doubled pawns anymore.
Yeah.
But the question then becomes maybe the doubled pawns were needed, or rather, you needed the rook to do a different job. So now after rook f3 and the queen trade, the rook is attacking this pawn. If you try and protect the pawn, there's g4.
Okay.
Adding to the pressure. And it looks like white is about to just be 2 pawns up, right?
And rook takes.
But actually, after rook takes, there's a double attack.
Oh, I get one back, and then the other one's weak over there.
Yeah.
Two
This
of
guy
them.
is a problem, and
Well,
this guy is a problem.
Definitely. This could turn. Interesting.
This is a very interesting endgame. Very
Yeah,
interesting.
Seriously.
So black needs to make a draw to move on to the next round. White is trying to win with the extra pawn in order to get a tiebreak.
Yeah, I do have it. I have the extra pawn. I'm trying to convert.
In the meantime, we're just gonna stop by Navarra and Prague because they're still playing. They're still going. And the computer is saying it's not so clear anymore.
Yeah, I would have took my little draw. I'm telling you, bro. Like, no, man. They're still going.
Prague had a situation where the computer said he had basically a rook advantage. And now computer is saying like you have 2 pawns advantage.
Right. That's a big difference. Big difference. A lot of swings here. A lot of swings. Whose move is it? White to move? Queen G5.
But on the other hand, the recommendation is queen check.
Ooh, you got a block. You get mated if you go king f8. Unbelievable. Yeah, this is a crazy game.
Yeah, so Don't do that.
Made one.
And now if queen takes rook, then queen takes rook is actually checkmate. You want to do the counter check on black's king, but you can't because the rook is holding the knight.
Holding everything down. Pin.
But computer says king h4, voluntarily moving in to this.
Man, this is wild. This game. Is
And
absolute
here,
bananas.
and here, Prague is actually losing his knight because he can't protect both his rook
The
and the knight.
and the queen. And black's still somehow better.
So after trade, rook takes check, king moves back, rook takes knight. And after these trades, black is winning, even with a rook versus 2 minor pieces.
Yeah.
Because you have these pawns on the left-hand side that are just impossible. It's very difficult to coordinate the 2 pieces to work together to stop pawns when the pawns are far away from your king.
Frank also is low on time. 15-minute time difference here. Stuff is getting,
Oh, wow.
different. Yeah, this is the second time control too. So having that low time, there will be some mistakes if he is not able to converge or find a draw. Because he probably would take a draw if he had a chance to repeat again somewhere. He might take it. King H4 is on the board though. Whoa.
Yeah, king h4 is on the board. Well, I think. Well, as long as he realizes that he can just give up the knight without it being a big problem,
he should be fine.
As long as he just trades the queens now, he's completely fine.
Yeah.
And then maybe he doesn't win because he's low on time, but chances are that he'll be able to push home a win. He clearly already said, I have the intention of getting those extra 5 rating points.
Clearly already, right. He had a repetition somewhere, did not take it. Now we're here.
Imagine Navarra winning somehow. Yeah, that would hurt. Be wild.
That would hurt, Vlad.
But at this point, I feel like the only way it's going to happen is if Prague forgets about his clock.
2 minutes and 30 seconds? 30-second increment.
He's thinking.
He is still in the think tank.
I'm not sure he saw this king h4 move. I feel like that may have come as a surprise.
Yeah, definitely. Like, whoa, like, man, you can do that? That's what he said. Bro, what? You can really do that?
There was one rook pointing in against the king, and the king said, oh, just have another rook pointing
I'll hop into the other one. That's no problem. King h4. What a game.
He's down to less than 2 minutes now.
Yep, it's getting scary. It's getting scary, guys. It's getting scary. Is Prague? Is he just gonna freeze? You gotta move, bro. 17 minutes. Time edge.
I'm guessing he's kind of regretting not making the draw right now.
Yeah, we be having some lunch, talking about, I made it to the next round, Right now, it's like, will you make it to the next round? I think he will be able to find the combination, obviously.
Oh my god, he didn't find it. He didn't play it.
He did not. He played knight f6, and it is now in draw.
Okay, but it's a draw. It's a draw. Computer says draw.
He's fine with that.
So he gives away his rook for free, but he has this counter threat on white's rook. And now he's going to take with the rook on this knight. And then takes.
Draw.
Yeah.
Black
but
maybe.
After a5, then this pawn is being captured. Here, knight g7 is the only way to make a draw. Knight g7 only move in this situation.
Knight g7?
Yeah, okay, but king f6 was a bad move. I made a bad move on purpose. I assume he's going to play a5 because he's going to make sure that this bishop cannot capture.
Don't fix it, yeah.
But I'm just showcasing that in theory there are situations where he actually could lose.
Things can happen, yeah.
Whoa. Okay, he took with the
queen. Same thing. Well, he gives the rook a chance to move though, but no, I don't
Yeah.
have anywhere good.
So the rook could technically move, but you have this guy, and then
Right.
but still, I would have taken with the rook just to secure the trades.
Yeah. King takes. A rook here, rook takes,
Rook here.
takes. No, yeah.
Well, Navarra kind of needs the passed pawn, right?
He does. He might have to go for this,
I think so.
even though it's wow. It's just, look at the engine, like still draw.
I think he has to go for this. He needs to have the passed pawn. The problem is if you take the rook, it's just
Easy draw.
a5 solves everything.
Yeah.
And if you try, oh no, you can go king h4.
Whoa. King
You can go
H4
king
hits the
h4,
knight,
and then
and
when
then
the
play
knight moves,
A5.
then you go a5.
Knight takes king G3. Knight E3? Oh, you just attacked the knight again. Wait, is he defending? Somehow he defends this. Knight D5, bishop. Oh, you just walked the king up. What is this?
And now suddenly it's
winning.
winning.
What a game.
Oh, you can go knight here
Oh,
to
knight
have the
D5.
knight block.
Wow. You'll find that. Yeah, you'll find that one.
I don't know.
Get to
I
walk the
don't
floor up.
know.
Yeah, right. Hopefully
He has
finds that
3
one.
minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay, so Navarra decided to take. I mean, he has to go king here, right?
King H4. Hit the
Can you
knight.
go,
King F3, push.
What is this like? Just keeping the pawn?
Walk the king up. Maybe G3 first, but maybe that's not necessary. Hey,
This just got spicy.
takes. Yeah, king up.
Like, this is a genuine thing.
And it's a
Like,
race.
it's a draw, but he has to be careful.
It's definitely a race. I don't see the draw. 95 check or something. No.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Takes or not to take. That is the question.
Well, if you take, I think
Push,
both.
push. Nope. Losing. Right draw, but I need to win with white. There's so many. This was a very rich in game. Very rich in game.
Okay. Navarra, king g4.
You went king G4.
I guess that's fine because we realized that a5 wasn't really a thing anyhow.
Right.
So like knight giving a check, you'll move the king up. And now with a5, the computer says white is better.
What? He played a5.
Oh my god, a5, white is better.
Yo, this is crazy. I don't understand.
And it's on the board.
This
Knight
is
check,
ridiculous,
king
guys.
up.
This is ridiculous.
And the most obvious human move in the position
is A5.
Oh, but
But he played knight D7. He's
good move, good move.
Very good move. So A5. Knight C5.
Yeah, no, because if A5, then knight C5, and you cannot protect the pawn.
He found a way. Woo-wee. The kid Prague is ready. So we got some more moves.
And if the bishop comes in to attack, I guess you still just go here.
Same thing, and then knight B7.
Yeah.
I get one, you get one.
Okay, and A5 is on the board from Navarra. That's just resignation.
That's the only try. Yeah.
No, it's the only non-try, I think. I mean, he needed to go. It's not nice, but he needed to go like bishop here.
And bishop back.
And then protect.
And then try to walk.
Then walk over.
Good plan.
He should have done that. But now after A5, knight C5, there's no way to protect the pawn. Wow, Prague could have made it easier for himself, but he is going through to the next round, and he is facing Hikaru.
And he could have saved himself a few hours, but you know, he's about to go face Hikaru. Get some rest. You're gonna need all of that.
He'll have 2 days off.
Yeah.
To get sorted for the even tougher opponent.
Nice. Prag moving through, guys. It looks like yeah, we said this already.
Also
Hikaru,
moving
Prag.
through,
Oh, you found wait.
Arjun Erigaisi
Like to
has moved his king back and is about to sweep up the black pawns. And if the king tries to approach the black pawn, the bishop says no deal.
Check.
And if the king tries to sneak up again, the
Check
bishop
again.
says no deal. And if the bishop tries to sneak up, we say, okay, now you're allowed. Because now our
and
pawn can be
hold.
protected by the bishop. And then in the meantime,
There's one.
we capture
There's two.
everything over here. Yeah, and this is not a draw because the pawn actually becomes a queen.
Yes.
Imagine if king h3 was just a draw here.
Draw. Like, no.
I
All
think
that.
actually f2 is the only winning move.
F2, king h2. Yeah, you can't stop it.
Yeah.
That's pretty obvious.
Okay,
Oh,
it's
you-
over. It's
okay.
over. Game over. There's a resignation. Arjun Erigaisi has defeated Fedoseev, and he is through to the next round.
Wow.
Also gonna be through to the next round is actually Navarre is trying to trap the knight.
Oh,
But
he
surely-
is, isn't he? A little tricky.
I mean, you can just push the
Tricky,
pawn,
tricky.
no?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to do.
This is
though.
fine.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
fine.
It's gonna be very hard to trap that. Maybe we'll have a draw.
So Pragnananda also gonna make it through. Anyone else still playing? Oh, we do have this rook endgame.
Oh, this one is the yeah. Okay, so Denishvar needs to win.
He must win to
draw.
make the playoffs, and computer is saying
He's gonna
He's
do it. That's what
winning.
the right. That's what the computer says. Got the extra pawn.
but he has less than a minute left on the clock.
That's tough. That's tough. That's tough because he's probably gonna make a mistake here with Wait, this is. I'm sure they're probably.
Well,
past
his
the
plan
40.
is very straightforward, though.
Oh,
so
that's what he's
his
doing.
rook was kind of stuck here, has nowhere to go.
Right.
So this rook is just rerouting over to the other side.
Yeah. And then what do I do as black? I actually have to try to keep the king cut off. Because if not, I can advance. He also could stop me with king e7 at some point. But if, yeah, I need to get this.
So
rook to
I
the
feel like you
b5.
have to go king e7,
Look around.
and then you have to start trying to attack.
And now he might be just fine, actually. Equal king e3, check king. Oh, rook e2, probably, yeah.
Yeah,
Rook e2, I'm up
you're
a
just
pawn.
not getting anywhere.
Rook king.
Oh, and then you
F2,
lose
yeah.
your rook.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's looking good for the Iranian giant killer right now. He took out Alexander Grishuk. He's not taking out Salem Saleh just yet, but he's gonna take it into playoff tie breaks, and he did defeat Grishuk in tie breaks. So clearly he is well versed
Yeah.
in that that part of the game.
In the tie breaks. Nice. Sweet. Craig making it through. Good job. This one probably is gonna go in as far as away. So we'll have a tiebreak. Have another one of those. Let's go. It's all good, chat.
Yeah, let's see. So he did play what? No, this was my analysis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it's also what happened. My
It's in
bad.
the game. It's in the game. Game time.
But I think we agreed
Mhm.
that just the king stepping back to defend its own pawn is completely fine, and then have the rook move over to the other side.
That's right. That's the way. He found the way, and he's doing it right now. King E3.
So
And he is going to
Danishvar
win this
is
game.
gonna
It looks
win.
like. Yep.
Well done him.
Well done.
Also gonna win, or rather make a draw to win the match. It is Pragnananda against David Navarra. And they are running out of pawns. And without pawns, you cannot get a new queen. And as such, the game will end in a draw. I'm expecting knight here, bishop here.
And
Knight
takes.
takes. Something along these lines. And I have learned as a seasoned chess player that you cannot checkmate with just a bishop against a king.
Yep.
So we're gonna wait here to get the confirmed result, and it was confirmed in this moment. Pragnananda has made a draw. He tried to get the win. It didn't really work out for him. It made him sweat a little bit, but he got the draw, which wins him the match, which means Pragnananda will be facing Hikaru Nakamura on Wednesday. So, important information for everyone. We are going to have a 2-day break.
Wow.
But the World Cup will resume Wednesday with Pragnananda against Nakamura. The reason it's 2 days is because on Monday, Hikaru gets a break because he doesn't have to go into the tie breaks. And on Tuesday, everyone gets a break. Because the World Cup has already lasted for 9 days for some, and they deserve to get a little rest.
A little bit of rest, a little bit, right?
So that's going to be it from us until Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining me today and yesterday, James. Any words you want to spread? Any wisdom for the crowds before we call it a day?
Been a pleasure to be with you guys in the chat, and you too, Hammer, and watching the games. Hopefully you guys learned a lot today, and you have a great day. Keep the energy up, chat, and stay well, everyone. So it's been great.
Okay, that's it from us, everyone. See you on Wednesday.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like dreaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like dreaming. Bye.